Hi everyone, welcome in. Oh, I think I have two songs playing at once. Let me get rid of aquatic ambiance. Hi everyone, happy Tuesday. It's great to see you all. Thank you so much for being here right at the start of stream. Hey Katie. Yeah, you were the first one here, Katie. Hey Fairy Tones. Welcome in. Hey Turnip. Oh, I hope you're having a good day today too, Turnip. How is everyone doing? How's everyone's week so far? It's been really lovely and stormy here today, so I've had good vibes over on my end. I guess that's one like plus side of summer to balance out all the heat is it seems like we get more storms. Hey Winter! Oh, you have to get up early tomorrow? Is that for your regular job or is that for something else? It just started pouring here, so I'm looking forward to some Fawnhollow vibes. Oh, interesting. I know you're kind of on the East Coast as well. I wonder if like we're all getting the same storms. Oh, I'm glad you're looking forward to Fawnhollow vibes. I'm a little mad at myself because I probably could have started stream a lot earlier. I was good about getting ready for stream relatively early, and I didn't take a nap or anything like I sometimes did. Like I sometimes do. I even went to bed like pretty early last night, so I'm feeling pretty well rested, but the area I've been working on, it has been like kind of stumping me a little bit. It's been really hard, so I found myself getting like a little bit weirdly anxious, but I have some like backup plans if I feel like it would be better for vibes to work on something different. Like maybe our lovely baseball field. I never like 100% finished it. Maybe I could like work on, filling out all the corners and just making sure it's 100% detailed. It might be kind of fun to arrange and focus on something that already looks pretty good. But today I was thinking of working more on the Fawnhollow Shino's house situation. Oh my god. I see CJ. Some of you all might remember how I feel about CJ. But let me finish saying hi to everybody. Hey, Asa Fridge. Welcome in. I see the Cornimer fortunes going strong here. Hey, Strawberry. Yeah, I like aquatic ambiance. I feel like it's a good tune to listen to at the start of stream to welcome you in and get relaxed. I really like the vibes of that song. Don't tell me what to do, Cornimer. You tell him, Acorn. You tell him. Hey, Acorn. You're tired but good, Acorn. Well, I hope you can either get untired or get some good rest today. Oh my goodness. I was wondering when this booger would show up. Apparently she decided to show up in the most obstructive way possible. She actually wasn't on my bed or anything, like when I started stream, so I couldn't put the cat cam on her, but she has showed up, and what's more is she found the treats that I have on my desk, like just in case. You know how sometimes I have to run and go and get them, and then other times I have them ready. Well, today I have them ready, and she found the little plastic bag. She's so funny. I like how you all can like just see her tail. Do y'all's cats, if you have cats, do you notice that they stick their tail up in the air a lot? Like, Dusty does that all the time. Here's a better angle of her, sort of. I don't know, she's gonna get camera shy as soon as I point it at her, but... Oh, I'm glad you're doing pretty good, Turnip. And thank you for lurking, Rosie. Mighty Owl, hey, how's it going? It's good to see you too. I hope you all are doing so good. And Dusty hopes you're doing good too. Ooh, you're gonna go shopping, Winter? That's good. I'm glad it's not work and that you get to enjoy your day off. can't stop looking in shops for the Halloween stuff I want. It's become my latest fixation. Oh yeah, I've noticed the mood is shifting a lot, even though I still feel like we're in the depths of summer. I noticed that there's a lot more like kind of autumnal stuff like at the stores, and feels like everyone's like getting ready for for autumn already. But I guess usually shopping tends to be like anticipatory, like you anticipate the coming season or the next season, so you look forward to it and like want to shop for it. Do you know what you're gonna be for Halloween already, Winter? Or I guess Halloween is just like a really big time period for you because you do a lot of like, you know, body art and makeup art and costumes and cosplays and things, so you'll probably be like lots of things for Halloween. Oh, that's such a fun turtle cool emote. I love that. Hey Lolita, you've been doing good. We'll finally get some storms here as well. And about the book It. Oh, you bought the book It. It took me a second to read behind the autocorrect there. It is by oh my gosh, I almost said like Stranger King, like a mix of Stranger Things and Stephen King. I don't know why those got mixed up in my head, but probably because I know that Stephen King inspired Stranger Things, so it's like there was like a weird mix up in my head. Oh, Dusty. Are you on your way out? Feel free to do whatever you need to do. Go wherever you need to go. Hi. Are you just gonna awkwardly waddle around like you own the place? Oh, thanks for the Dusty hype, Mighty Owl. She hopped down for now. I hope she like goes on the bed at some point. That's the best angle to try to set up the cat cam. Makes me happy. I love autumn and Halloween. Yeah, it's good to have something to look forward to, especially if anything about the summer, like the heat, gets you down and stuff. I know autumn is such a lovely time period, and I think one thing I look forward to this autumn, I look forward to like watching some stuff that I haven't seen. I always hear so much about like Over the Garden Wall and probably countless other sorts of autumnal like watches. Another one that I've heard, I think I've heard you suggest before, Winter, is you know the one that has the yellow jacket? Is it Coraline? So I hope I can be good and actually watch some of the autumnal suggestions and recommendations that people have given me. But it's July, it's the end of July. August, I still consider summer. September though, I think September is fair game. September is like sort of the start of autumn for me. Maybe not weather-wise, but at least mood-wise. Oh, you're good, Lolita. I hope you enjoy the book. I was trying to be better about reading for a little while, but I got like a little bit behind and I feel bad about it. I've been on a really big music kick lately. So it's like I can't listen to audiobooks and podcasts and music all at the same time, so sometimes I give more attention to one than the other. I need to start another book. Don't actually do anything for Halloween. I'll do daytime activities like pumpkin picking, but not anything fancy, like going out. Yeah, I'll be honest, I'm not cool enough for like big Halloween parties as an adult, but so probably the last time I did something like truly big for Halloween was like when I trick-or-treated, but maybe I can do something for stream. I'm way too hot to even think about reviving Tree Amy as a costume. The Tree Amy costume is the hottest thing. That might have to be a winter occasion. Man, every time I say the word winter, I think of you, Winter. Wow, Acorn redeemed an island tour. That's so hype. I was lurking in your stream a little bit before mine, Acorn. But not... You were like in one spot, so I didn't get spoiled enough to where I know like how your whole island looks. So I'm really excited for the tour. Do you have like a dream code, or are you doing it via dodo code? For anyone who doesn't know, Acorn has a Shire-themed island, like Shire from the Lord of the Rings, the land of the Hobbits, very green and natural and cottagecore. It's a really well done take on the Shire. I actually have a Shire-themed town myself, so I feel like we like connect over that. The Hobbit aesthetic. Our love of pipeweed and hobbits. Oh, you don't have to wait at all. Honestly, I love me a good tour, even a work in progress tour. I would love to. And we can always do another one when we're all done. I actually know community members that do that, you know, maybe they'll redeem like a work in progress tour and then redeem a finished one. It takes me so long to finish an island myself, so I get it. Cozying up with autumn movies is my favorite, with a pumpkin candle on. Oh, that does sound cozy. Yeah, Coraline. I'll have to make a point to watch that. I guess I'll switch over to the big screen now. I'm itching to see my AC&H world bigger here. Oh, wow. Sammy! Aw, Simmy. Whoa, this is 2 years. Let's get some major hype and love and chat for our sweet Sam.
Wowza.
Thank you so much. 24 months with the Forest fam. I am so happy that we met. I think I still remember some of those streams in my very first Animal Crossing island that you wandered into. I admire you a lot, how strong you are and creative and thoughtful and kind. Thank you for being such an amazing friend and mod, and for all your support. I want to give you a special shout out. Thank you for the tier 2 love. That extra support really means a lot to me. Thank you, Sim. How are you? Has this week been a good start for you? I hope you're staying warm. Simi has the opposite seasons over there. And Acorn dropped the dream codes, so we can go ahead and start off the stream with like a community member island tour in the Shire. I'm gonna go ahead and jot down the dream code. Oh, is Dusty on the bed? You know me, I might not be able to resist at least setting up the cat cam there, so we can get our Dusty points of view. Hey Devin! Good to see you. How are you this week? Oh, hey Royal! I was just using your emotes and I was like, I want to watch her. And then you were live. Oh, really? That's so cool. I'm so honored that you thought of me. Oh, it's good to see you, Royal. It has, Simi, it has. I get really sappy remembering like just such long stretches of time like that. 2 years. So Acorn does have some disclaimers. Do not perceive the messes, and it's a very work in progress. I'm definitely going to make my way over there shortly. I thought I would address today's build real quick, just to like set the stage for what we could be doing later. This is the, you know, she knows how struggle that I've been working on for a little while. She's supposed to be the knowledge keeper of the post-apocalypse, and she's gonna have like lots of books and old lore kept in her house and things like that, but The color scheme and all the foliage, like I have been having some trouble figuring it out. My latest attempt has like a few pops of purple, which I liked the vibe enough and thought it was an interesting enough effect that could maybe give uniqueness to this area in particular that I might try to do that some more. So maybe this will be a very dark purple and red and deep greens and black and rocks and I don't know, I'll try to like make it feel woodsy. And I guess what I struggle with is I go hard on the foliage in this area of Fawnhollow, but I still like for each area to have its sort of own quality. Like this is kind of my yellow area in my head. There's like lots of yellows over here. And then further down by the actual river, there's like more reds, and I like this color scheme the best probably, but I guess it's good to mix it up. So that's what we might be working on later today. We might try to foliage it up some more and try to get cozy and creative, but if I'm having too much trouble, I have lots of other areas to work on too. Oh, thank you for the foliage hype, Sim and Acorn. You like the little bit of purple, Katie? Oh, thank you. Yeah, I hope it turns out okay. I've been kind of struggling with it. How are you today? Oh, thanks for asking, Sim. I was pretty productive with my books today, like my day job. I think I did a good job, and since I got home from work, it's just been kind of like cozy getting ready for stream. It's been raining outside. So today hasn't been bad at all, and it's actually my Friday. I have the next few days off, so I'm pretty excited. Always excited for hashtag no work. But I think we're gonna go ahead and start this tour. Maybe I'll change the title to just so it doesn't say Fawnhollow when anyone wanders in and sees that I'm in a different island. I'm excited to see your town, Acorn. Sorry, I guess I'm getting my title ready here. The only thing that sometimes causes confusion is sometimes people see the title and then they think that that's what the whole stream is like themed around. They're like, oh, this is an island visit stream. I'm gonna submit mine. And then I have to like kind of awkwardly explain. So it's like a tough balance between being informative and being, I guess, advertising something that it's not. Anyone's free to redeem an island tour at any time on my channel. Like anytime I'm live and decorating, you can redeem an island tour with channel points, but I don't really do streams dedicated solely to island tours all that much, because I really do like the format where you can redeem it when you're ready anytime. Alright, here we go. Moment of truth. Maybe while it's loading, I'll go and set up the cat cam. Oh yeah! Thanks for the welcome to the mod fam for Katie. And hey Pylite, welcome into you too. How are you today? We're about to tour a Shire-themed island by Sad Little Acorn in chat. I think it'll be a really cool visit. I'm excited to see the references and get my Hobbit and Lord of the Rings geek on. This is the art school Illumine me. I need to see it while others look sometimes for critique. Oh, did I enter it wrong? I bet I did a typo. As for critique, I'm not always a big critiquer when I'm visiting islands. I'm usually like just enjoying it and commenting on it. I'm sure what you have is amazing from what I know of your decorating style. I hope I got this right. Let me go and set up the cat cam. Yay! So this is the island of Buttermilk. That's what that text says there, Buttermilk. I like the way, even though it's a Shire-themed island, you didn't feel like you had to name it the Shire or Hobbiton. You just named it something cute and tasty. I remember a previous stream recently, actually, where we talked about, like, biscuits, I think, and how biscuits are different in the UK and the US, or at least they have different words for it. And I think, Katie, you were talking about buttermilk biscuits. I'm sure hobbits approve of buttermilk biscuits, whether they have them or not. I'm sure they would like them. And buttermilk is such a charming name. Ooh, it's interesting that it's safe during the rain. Look at that town flag just like leering down at us with that stare. Alright. We have Dusty's tail, or like a corner of it. Let me go and just set it up so we can like spy on her whenever we want. There we go. Oh, so you find it critique just to see other people interact with it. Yeah, I think one thing that can be a little anxiety inducing is maybe someone submitting a tour for like a streamer and watching them walk around is like, is my island navigable? Like, how easy do they find all the stuff? So depending on your decorating style, I think sometimes that can be like a little uncomfortable. Like Fawnhollow, I feel like Fawnhollow might be not the most navigable town in the world. Some of it doesn't like connect with itself. But yeah, here's the Shire. It's looking really hilly, which is a kind of signature of the Shire. You think of like rolling green hills when you think of Hobbiton and the home of the hobbits. So I like the way you've created that with all these cliffs that you can like climb up and have a hobbit picnic on. Should I show off the map before I go too much further in the tour? Oh, and hey Kelly, welcome in. How have you been lately? I hope you've been doing good. We're touring a Lord of the Rings Shire-themed island right now by Acorn. Looks like there's a villager neighborhood. Wow, your town hall is like really far away from your airport. That's so cool. I think I might have seen this island someone resetting, and it like catches my eye every time because of how the town hall is like right near the river mouth, and it's like really far away from the airport. This is a very satisfying map to look at. I'll move my webcam for a bit so we can look at the villagers. Oh, you have my girl, you have Melba. And it seems like there's a theme of hobbit-looking villagers. Acorn is really lucky and started their hobbit-themed island after the 2.0 updates, so you can kind of pick out the most fitting and hobbit-looking villagers and then like customize their homes later. My hobbit villagers, I picked them out based off of their house exterior. So everything looks so charming so far. I love all the greens and the browns. Little woodworkman shop right here. Oh, I think this might be, yes, the Prancing Pony. The Prancing Pony is a famous inn in the Shire where the hobbits like to get lit, to be honest. Hobbits do like to drink beer. It was actually a point of contention with Frodo and the others on their journey. The others wanted to go, I think it was to the Green Dragon though. Yeah, the Green Dragon is like the Shire Inn, and the Prancing Pony is the inn in Bree where they met Aragorn. But they got a little tipsy. Hobbits like the leaf. They like the... I don't know like a slang for alcohol actually. I feel like every like drug in existence has some sort of nickname, and then alcohol I was like, I don't know. But anyway, here's the common room. Oh hey Mossy. Not gonna lie, I totally thought of you when I started this tour, because I was like, oh, I know Mossy loves tours. Mossy, get in here. I'm glad you made it. Yeah, we just started this tour. This is the island of Sad Little Acorn, and this is the Inn of the Prancing Pony. I think it's really interesting the way you use this runes floor. It definitely does look rustic, like it could be in a tavern. I wouldn't have ever thought to use it in that way though. Hi Trinity, welcome in. Thanks for being here. I hope you're having a great day. I hope you all are having a good week too, and let me know what you've been up to, and if you're playing Animal Crossing, like what projects you're working on, or something cool happening in your life this week. Something you're looking forward to. Feel like my goal for my next few days off, I want to try to be like less scatterbrained. I want to make like a little plan of what I want to actually try to achieve, and both leisure activities and productive activities. I want to try to plan them all out better, because I've been kind of brain foggy later. Oh, so this is all that's inside for now, but I'm sure there will be more to the Inn of the Prancing Pony later. I love the butterflies. Look at the butterflies. That's so cool. Some butterflies wandered in. I think it's a good idea to start with a common room, and then I bet you'll have a room for like the hobbits to take up residence, and then you'll have a room for like the big people. That's us. Because Bree, where the Inn of the Prancing Pony is located, was a town for both hobbits and, quote, big people. They lived in harmony, so the inn had hobbit rooms, and it also had normal size rooms. Wow, this is such a pretty little area. A cute little hobbit piggy. She has flowers in her hair. I didn't know that about that villager. Is her name Gala, I think? Hi Manira, welcome in. How are you today? Hope you're having a good Tuesday. I'm excited to explore the Rainy Shire. Oh no, I see potatoes. Does that mean we're near the Gamgee estate? I know the Gamgees are fans of potatoes. Oh wow, there's a house up here. I like this house exterior. This really reminds me of a house that I had back in Athalia, but it was like a villager house. Y'all know Plucky the chicken? She had a house that looked a lot like this, so this kind of looks like a bigger version of Plucky's house. And I picked out Plucky because I liked her house, so that means I like this house too. The maypole. Yeah, the maypole is such an interesting item for me because we don't really do May Day here. Do y'all do May Day over in Australia? Oh, it's Rafa? Yeah, I see the word Rafa in there now. Sorry for not recognizing. Welcome in. I hope you're doing good. And hey, sweetie. Oh, you're in a break in your teaching slots. This is the tour of Sad Little Acorn, a Hobbit themed island or Shire themed island. Look at these Hobbit holes tucked into the cliffs. Not to reference my own Shire themed island too much, but I did the same thing where I tucked the homes into the cliff. It's just what you gotta do in a Shire themed island, you know, you gotta have your Hobbit holes. I kind of struggled though with kind of the indecision on whether to ever do like a Hobbit hole illusion much or to simply like tuck the homes into the cliffs like that. Because an illusion, you can't like walk into an illusion, you know? Oh, here's the bakery. Did you turn the Able sisters into a bakery? Did you give them a... trying to think of the right word, like a rebrand. You rebranded the Able sisters into a bakery. It does look very fitting as a bakery shop though. I almost didn't know that like we had all this food, but I guess I do because I scroll through the catalog all the time. But look how this bread has smiley faces on it and like icing. Everything looks so yummy. It's a nice area to sit with your baking goods, maybe on a non-rainy day. Oh, you remember Plucky's place, Mossy? That makes me happy. Oh, you don't do May Day over there either, Sim? I guess it's just a Europe thing then. Isn't it like a celebration of spring? Another reference to spring that's made with some of the items in AC&H is like the cheese rolling item. There's like this round thing of cheese that apparently like cheese rolling is a competition, and I actually heard about one done locally and it was like looked really easy to get injured. People just like rolling down a hill very fast. Yeah, it looks kind of wild. I don't think my back could handle that. I think I'm too old for cheese rolling day. But anyway, here's the shopping area. I really love the shopping area because it's such a masterclass on how to arrange furniture and be creative with the catalog, pull all these different quaint and cozy items and pair them together in such a amazing way. If I had to guess, I think Nook's kind of looks like a stable. Like a cross between a stable and like a workshop. I don't know, maybe it's more of a workshop. I think this was giving me like stable vibes with the stalls and the sort of barn in the background. Yeah, there's a cute little farm over here. In general, the houses are mostly not done. I don't blame you. You know I don't focus on my houses much. I get really happy to see finished houses on stream, like I do, but I also, in a weird way, like I like that I'm not the only one that doesn't focus on them at first. It's nice to see more of my kindred spirits who focus on the outside so much more. It makes me feel validated. Oh, I have her in my Shire themed island too. Hey Maggie. I get Maggie and Pansetti mixed up because those are my two Hobbit piggies on my own Shire themed island. Wow, this is such a creative little spot on the beach. Got a boat tucked ashore, and I love this path pattern. It's fitting that it's near the peninsula. Maybe the boat's parked over by the peninsula so that you can take off into the ocean over here. Oh, more potatoes. More potatoes. I remember when potatoes were revealed, everyone was advocating that I get potatoes in my Shire themed island. Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Turnip in winter. Let me see. The vines, I think, make it easy to explore the island. Let me see if I can find some new spots. We saw the maypole in the gardens. this is my girl. You designed a yard for Melba. So Melba has a garden and farm out front. Cute bunny guarding the entrance. Let's go see her. Wish I could tour yours. Yeah, I've actually never, well, I think you know Totoro Babe. I think Totoro Babe one time when I raided her, she toured this like old island I had at the very beginning that only had like the 1.0 items. She was really nice about it though. Oh, it's my girl in her OG house. So many memories in this house, honestly, so many. I've had her for so long in ACNH, and so many times I wandered into her house. Oh, it makes me nostalgic. But yeah, I don't have a dream address for Fawnhollow yet, unless you're really sneaky about it. I haven't like publicized it, but technically I have a dream address for my own reference, I suppose. Do y'all do that too? Have sneaky work in progress dream addresses that you can kind of like save things with it? So here are the woods. If I had to guess what this is, I feel like this is the Old Forest or Weathertop. Oh, this is Weathertop, isn't it? I think so. Weathertop was a kind of spooky, rocky hill, and the hobbits camped there with Aragorn, and Aragorn left to go get something, and then the Nazgul attacked them. It was definitely like a big point in the early book. Who lives here? I bet this is Roscoe. I saw Roscoe on the map earlier, and he's like the main one I think that would fit this aesthetic and work over here. Also, this is a nice little view of Melba's house. Gives a better point of view of the vibe about how the arch like frames her home. Ms, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. You're right about that, sweetie. You're right. So here's a sort of wishing spot. It's very dreamy. Maybe go down here to wish on stars. I've always liked that fossil. There was a time recently that I Googled that fossil to learn more about it because I was trying to figure out like we've never had a deer-related fossil like that in any of the other Animal Crossing games, and it was interesting to hear more about it. Oh, this is your wood chopping zone. Melba's house is such a nice default house. I agree. That's another thing I have fond memories about. Whenever I was in Melba's house, usually people would give compliments like, oh, this is such a nice house. But speaking of nice views, I really love this look across the river and sea landscaping type of build right here. It's one of my favorite type of builds. Even back to New Leaf, when I felt like in New Leaf, this was one of the things you had on your disposal to work with, just like a natural river that's flowing and branching, and what are you gonna put on the other side of it? It's one of my favorite little Animal Crossing tropes, riverside decorating. This definitely looks very significant. By significant, I mean it looks like it's themed like something, like a library. Hobbits usually weren't super big readers, so I wonder if this was someone in specific. Bilbo was one of the biggest readers. He used to brag about how he learned his letters. Oh, I love this little spot. I love how the tree stumps are the chairs for this tea spot. That's just perfect. Roscoe reppin' the Nazgul. I love that. And hi, Ms. Amp. Welcome in. We're doing an island tour right now. I'm sure if you're a Lord of the Rings fan, you recognize this no admittance except on party business. So this is definitely, maybe this is like Bilbo's house, and then over here was like Bilbo's library. So they're sort of supposed to like go hand in hand. I just have to go in this house. It looks so cozy and inviting. The bugs sit there and have tea. It's hilarious. Oh, I can totally imagine that. Yeah, some of the bugs pop up on the stumps. Dang, Maple, you flexing over here? This is a gorgeous house. I bet this is Acorn's stamp on Maple's house. Maple's house can't really be this good. It is the perfect quintessential Hobbit hole. I love it in here. It reminds me of the Hobbit movie set, which they really did design quite a few Hobbit holes, or at least the outsides. I'm not sure how many Hobbit hole insides that they did. It's the perfect Hobbit hole on the outside too. Yeah, I think it's the violin beetles that pop up on tree stumps. I always forget you can use the tree stumps as stools. Yeah, I forget about this tree stumps in general. I really underutilize them. Every now and then, like, I'll think of it and then, like, force myself to use one somewhere. Do y'all see the Hobbit hole illusion in the background? That's really nice. Trying to figure out, like, the best point of view, but I bet the best point of view is when you go up the incline. I feel very out of place with my outfit, so pardon me and my hot mess self running around in a baseball uniform. Finna draw fan art of the bugs having their tea and chatter. I would love to see that. Oh, Molly! Molly's perfect for this island, perfect for the vibes. I feel like the lattice wallpaper is like very busy though. I've always had a hard time using that wallpaper. There's a lot going on. Lemons! Oh, it's great to see you. I've missed you and I've thought of you some. Let me know what you've been up to. I hope work and leisure time, I hope everything's been going really well for you. I'm curious if you've been getting up to any ACNH because you're so talented yourself. It's good to see you, Lemons. We're touring an island by Sad Little Acorn in chat. It's Hobbit themed, if you couldn't already tell. I love this Gandalf illusion. I did something really similar too. Gandalf is riding into the Shire, the beginning of the Fellowship of the Ring. Oh, it's even got the spot to read. If you've watched Fellowship of the Ring, you know that the start of it is Frodo reading a book and Gandalf riding into town, so that's just perfect. You love Molly so much. Yeah, she's such a classic villager. Whoa, this is kind of a cool spot. So many inclines, like forching and branching in one spot. Nice view of the laundry. Ooh. It's giving me like kind of overlook vibes of the foliage, but also like work in progress, maybe a sneak peek of what the campsite will be like in the future. I will spy on it and take a little peek. Wait, have I already been here? I think somehow I got kind of lost and then, or I guess I didn't get lost. I just went to this area that I've been to before a different way. And that is something I admire in a town. I like when it can kind of loop in on itself and there's multiple ways to get to one spot. It's been too long, Lemons. I've thought of you and the Force fam too. Went on vacation a week ago and work has been crazy. I also put AC&H down the past 2-ish months. I'd been invested in Stardew, but now I'm back to AC&H. Aw, I'm glad to hear you went on a vacation. What sort of vacation did you go on, if you don't mind me asking? I've been trying to plan a few vacations too. I'm going to see like a concert out of state in a few months, and I'm trying to book something to an amusement park. Oh, Marty! Marty is such a perfect hobbit too, with such a perfect hobbit house. I love those like big pots on the barrels and on the tables. I'm glad to hear you've been picking AC&H back up. You know, I'd love to see more of your work too. Stardew definitely seems to be Animal Crossing's biggest competition as far as like sucking up your attention and getting like addicted to something else. I think Stardew's Animal Crossing's biggest competition. Oh, okay, so this is a nice sort of meeting of ways where there's like more than one way to get around. Again, it loops in on itself. Everything really flows together well. That's pretty much it. Took lots of notes, and you can't get lost. That's the Shire. It winds and loops. Yeah, well, it was really thoughtful the way that you did that. I really respect the way everything about the Shire, everything that you can remember from the inn and the hobbit holes, and just the way that the landscape itself is like hilly, easy to navigate, loops in on itself. It really shows the attention to care to the theme. Yeah, this looks kind of new. I feel like I missed this spot. I think this is the location of the party. This is Bilbo's famous 111st birthday. In fact, I think I could have gone to this area before, but I chose to go up the inclines, so more of how there's multiple ways to get to every location. Oh man, one of my favorite things that you did are like the hobbit holes themselves, like the villager homes. I love how each one has their own yard, and some of them have similar elements to them, like maybe they'll have an eating spot or they'll have a farm, but they're all a little different. And that's what I love about IRL hobbit holes too, like the ones you see on the Weta hobbit hole figurines. I'm kind of a geek, I like to look at those. Everyone's a little different. There's like a Farmer Maggot Weta figure, there's one for Bag End, there's so many different like types of hobbit holes and different decorating out in front. And good night, Turnip. Thank you for being here. I hope you have a good day at work. It was good to see you for a little bit. Oh, this is the part of the party that was just for Bilbo. Well, not just for Bilbo, but this is like the VIP booth. And only a certain amount of people were invited to the VIP booth, even though the whole Shire came to the party, basically. I really like the way you did it. It's so big and can really like wander around to the different parts of the party. My own party tree is like a bit smaller. I just made it like a smaller build, so it's cool to see like the same area represented in different ways between our two islands. But thank you for having me over to the Shire, and I really love it. I love your decorating style, and I can't wait to see it when it's done. Oh, I hope I didn't miss any beaches. I might have missed a few beaches, but we can save that for when we visit the real thing, or the real final thing eventually. What do you think your like percentages with how finished it is. What's like the percentage or ETA that you think you're on? All right, we're back to Fawnhollow. Thank you again so much for that acorn. Nice to ease into stream and get some aesthetic decorating inspiration before I try to do my own. %, maybe. But we have 4 characters to make 2 or 2 more. Yeah, that can take a lot of time too, even just doing like all the little details and the characters and stuff. You went to the beach, Lemons? Your husband and you brought your dog, which was really fun. She had never seen the beach before. Oh, that's so cool. I bet that was really mind-blowing for your dog in a way, like... that's definitely something I get the impression with the ocean, is it's like really striking if you've never seen it before or been to it before. Just water stretching out as far as you can see. I bet your dog had so much fun. Okay. How are my pockets looking? They're not too bad. They're in an interesting formation though. Man, I hate how like mushrooms keep popping up around all my trees. It's like mushroom litter. Oh, hey Clay, should I talk to you since I just bumped into you rudely? Yay, it's a Lilith. I wonder if something fun will happen today. It could. Well, CJ is here, if you count that as something fun. Oh my god, speak of the devil. You waltz right up. Maybe I'll do a big clean so I can spend the weekend in a clean house. Oh, he's laughing at himself. Who am I kidding? Mood Clay. You need a CJ emote. I think the previous stream I contemplated what such an emote would be. It would have to be a negative one. Little confession, I don't like this red hyacinth. I don't know what flower to replace it with though. I'm just gonna leave it for now, but I just had to like get that off my chest. I don't like the red hyacinth. It's like a little too pastel. It doesn't match. Also, I was doing lots of like tree glitchy stuff, so if things look a little weird, that's why. I'm gonna like fix this up real quick. Just like his snarky face. His snarky, mean little face. Is it true that Flick and CJ are an item? At least I think I remember that being part of the lore. I try to avoid talking to CJ, so might be like a little bit fuzzy. Yeah, so this is what I have so far, although I have been struggling with this area quite a bit. We'll see if I can leave Struggleville and get to someplace a little bit better. Thank you, Lemons. I'm glad you like it. I've been really enjoying this island too, and I can't wait till it's done in a way. But then again, I guess it's also fun to just enjoy the journey, so... do y'all ever feel that way? Like you want to finish your island, but you're also still just enjoying it, so you don't feel like you need to be finished like right this second? Alright, I need to put a baobab tree here. Also, the other day I watched a video on those trees, because I've just had a feeling that I've been saying it wrong this whole time, and I've had a really hard time like forcing myself to say it any different way other than baobab, but apparently I'm really close. Like, basically, I just need to switch the A and the O sound, and I've got it. According to the video I watched, anyway, it's like baobab. So it is kind of a cool little word. Some of the things I learned about the baobab trees. They don't have any rings on them, so I've always thought the trunks looked a little weird in a way different than just being thick. And I don't think I ever noticed it though, like the lack of the rings, or I didn't take extreme note of that, but that's like one thing that's unique about them. You can't really tell what age they are because they don't have rings, and that's usually how you tell what a tree's age is. But I think some of the ones in Africa, they are a like African tree, I think. I think some of them are said to be really old. Okay. I think I'm gonna whip out what I call the big guns as far as peak concentration mode. I'm gonna whip out the skinny webcam window. If I can. I don't know, it looks like I'm not centered well. I want to see my whole screen. Okay, so I gotta make sure that the webcam shows me good. There we go. CJ's a walking meme. There's a big ship for them, but I think it's canon that they're roomies. Oh, okay. Get a little blurry between like what's fandom and what's reality. So I want to start off with purpose. So I'm pulling up some of my inspiration shots that I like to use. Trying to be strategic about what I do here. I have been struggling with this area, so I'm trying to go in with intention and creative purpose. Something I might even do this stream if I'm really like zeroed in on like trying to figure out how to do something. I might not force myself to try to fill the silence or to like feel like I have to have a running commentary every single moment, because I think that does help me concentrate at times, is to just like look and say nothing for like a hot second while I digest what I'm looking at. One thing I wanted something wide that could hang out in the middle of the path, because I feel like that's what that spot needs, if that makes sense. Like, this spot looks a little empty, so I want something to, like, overhang. And I wasn't sure if I liked the wheat field. Did you all like the wheat field? Maybe I'm being silly and the wheat field looked fine. But I was just trying to see if I had any other options. Of course, the wheat fields are really hard to place, but if I can get it to go there again. And they were roommates. Man, I love vines. Won't it be a sad day when the vines are so old that like only we remember them and no one else will remember them? Or will they just like, are they legendary and they get passed down through YouTube compilations? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they'll eventually fade out or not. I like to think that some of us will literally be like in old people homes, like quoting vines still. One idea I have is like maybe a bush or something. Maybe a bush will kinda... But then again, maybe that would cause scoochie. Yeah, that would cause scoochie. So it's gotta be like a flower or a wheat field. Love this island. How has Citaloon been going? Are you primarily focusing on this island? Yeah, to explain my thinking, I've been focusing on like what's most strategic for my pattern designing, and Fawnhollow required the fewest amount of patterns to finish because I did end up like using a lot like already made from the community. So Citaloon is going to be a very pattern heavy island, and I sort of started to get to the point where I felt weird working on it because I knew I would be using mosaic paths of like the moon and stars, and I would be using like my mosaic codes to like arrange areas. You know how you can use pathing basically as a landscaping tool, like a means to an end in and of itself? Like, I had a feeling I would do some building about that, so it felt weird to focus on working on it when I didn't have the paths done. So I figured I would have a order of operations when it came to pattern making. One, I would focus on Fawnhollow codes. I'm happy to report I am almost done with Fawnhollow codes. I've literally like only got a little bit left. H Bizzle coming in here with so much hype. Thank you so much for the cute puddles. The cute puddles hype. How are you? I know you love the Dusty cam. Let me see if she's still here for you. We can check up on Dusty a moment. Oh my goodness, look at the belly. Look at the belly. Yeah, the last code I need to do is this red steel pattern. And I also need to do something for my underwater train tracks. You see how I didn't do anything for the steel? I just like colored it red and I was like, okay, that's good. So I've actually got to like not be lazy and like do the other color reds and like attempt some sort of like shading or whatever. And yeah. But once I do the Fawnhollow paths, it's actually my goal to do Bywater next and then Citaloon. Like I gotta finish my Bywater stuff. Compared to the ones I'm used to, they kind of are. Plants are so cool how different they can be. Oh, the baobab trees. They're like alien trees. Yeah, I really wasn't too familiar with the baobab trees until the Animal Crossing 2.0 update. Like, I really had never heard of them. Did you know about baobab trees before Animal Crossing, Mossy? You know a lot about plants, so maybe you already knew about them. I know Simi knows a lot about plants too. Simi collected and cared for plants. Plant mom. Let me show you a few other things, Lemons. You are a dear long-term friend of the Force fam. I want to catch you up on Fawnhollow. So this is like an abandoned overpass attached to some apartment buildings. So, oh shit. Because I customized that pattern, it like replaced them. Oh my god, I forgot that happened. Sorry for swearing, I just totally forgot about that. I've always hated that. Whenever you edit the face cutout standees, they like disappear. But yeah, here's my apartment buildings, and they were connected to something of a bridge illusion, but I was a dummy and forgot about that. And this is an overlook that has the train tracks going underwater. I have one more thing to make for the train tracks. I want it to sort of disappear, so I have to make like a code that it'll disappear underwater. And then I'm done. Oh, Acord! You're asking if there's a command to look at the image that I'm inspired by. I guess sometimes I include that in the exclamation point build command. I think that's the only one I have for this purpose. As for a picture I'm looking at for reference, this one is one. I really like the way the combination of like the tall plants and the bushes look. And I think that's something interesting to keep in mind for my composition. So I'm kind of like looking over at this sometimes, the art piece that I just linked. It's by 17th on Instagram. And this is my Pride and Joy build. I really like this build on my island. I think it looks really nice at all times of day, practically, and oh no, I'm getting a little flicker. That's the only thing that gets on my nerves about it sometimes. Sometimes there's some lag. Damn lag. But it is a really nice build. What about a leaf pile in the path? Yeah, I think I thought of that too, but I wanted something like with more height to it, if that makes sense. Floofums. That she is. How are you, H. Bizzle? Have you been doing good? How is your little kitty? Just a mutant kappa hanging out on a boat. Oh, hi, Cottagecore Island. This isn't really the place to give stream tutorials. But yeah, I recommend YouTube. So, let's get back to our build, I guess. Hey, Melba. Oh, let's talk to Melba. Or just, you know, hit stuff with my shovel. That's fine too. I wonder what my parents are up to. I should give them a call. You're doing well. Your kitty's been extra needy recently for some reason. Took my first polygraph today. Oh, what's a polygraph? I will Google that though. I'll spare you having to. Oh, wow. I hope it went okay. I hope you weren't too nervous about it. But glad you've been doing well and that your kitty's been doing good too. I was reading a book recently. What was the title again? Oh, You Can Throw Pottery Too. I was surprised when I read the card tower tip. Really, who knew that sort of thing had anything to do with the topic? What the hell? I think Melba is advocating destroying the card tower by throwing a pot at it, Link style. So that's what Melba thinks we should do. Throw pots at things as if the post-apocalypse hasn't done enough damage. Excuse me, Avery. Oh, it's like a lie detector test? You had to take one for a new job? Wow, that's intense. Not just a drug test, a lie detector test. They say that those aren't like 100%. Like you can technically be lying and pass one if you know what to do or know how to do that. I wonder how I would do on one. It like records your, I think, heartbeat, and like it sort of tries to pick up measurements like that. So I wonder if you just stayed like really calm and cool and collected. If you could find your way through one. I didn't really like the red lily there. Flowers can sometimes be the trickiest to try to figure out, like what's the most ideal flower right there. This can be a toughie. I like your hat. Thank you. It sort of reminds me of like a elvish hat from, or not hat. I used your vocabulary. It reminds me of like an elvish crown from Lord of the Rings. Okay, let me brainstorm. That's the spot. What's the flower for the spot? I'm thinking maybe a hyacinth. But there isn't like a black hyacinth, is there? Oh well, I'll try to keep that spot in my mind as I'm wandering around. I recently added a lot of flower storage to my beaches. It had been kind of getting on my nerves, like how much like I would need a certain flower and I didn't have it, so I'm getting better about stuff like that. If I don't have something, I try to make a point to get something like that on my day off. I've been trying to think about that with Candyland too. Part of the reason why it's been like, you know, a little while since the last Candyland stream is I felt really disorganized the last time I played on that island. So I think I'm gonna take some time to like organize my storage a bit more before I stream, because that's like the worst feeling when you're streaming and you're like really disorganized. So the polygraph was wild. 2 sensors strapped to my fingers, a sensor around the chest, a sensor around the stomach, a sensor under my butt, and one under my feet. I think the one under the butt is like a little over the line. I don't know how I feel about lie detector tests. In some ways that seems a little invasive, but I guess it has its uses. I think the rest of my flower storage is on the other side. Sorry, I was just scrolling up to see if I missed anything in chat. You look like an elven princess and so here for it. Oh, thank you. Let's see, this is kind of a similar shade of purple as some of the stuff I have going on over there. This spot throws me off every time I see it. I'm like, whoa. I wonder if a Jacob's Ladder could work too, or maybe even a green mum, just for that sort of woodsy feel. I've always felt like the green mums look woodsy. So I think I have some good flower options. Another good option is to do like a plucked flower. And like a plucked flower, the color doesn't matter as much, but sometimes those can be kind of aesthetic. Maybe I will try like a plucked orange rose, because you never know, that might... Oh, I already have a rose, so... Oh, you redeemed your tour today because I look like an elven. That's so sweet. I guess it's giving Arwen. The guy kept calling the chair of truth. That's a little extra. Will you get the results on your polygraph? Will you find out like how well you did, or like if you got everything right, or... I like the red windflowers and gold roses. They make a good combo in the right area. Oh, I love everyone's unique flower combos, and that can be a big part of an island. The red windflowers are interesting because they're one of those flowers that has like 2 different colors in them. In fact, I think all the windflowers are like that. They've got like the part on the outside, and then they've got the part on the inside of the petal. Alright, let's do... pine tree here. I already had this before, but I kind of got rid of it. Yay! See, that's the perfect backdrop for that house there. Oh man, I have to redo some of this pathing too. And I don't even think I have enough room to do it all. Something I struggle with at times, I feel like I don't have enough codes to really do what I want to do, if that makes sense. Like, I guess there's not a version of this path that is like skinny, or at least I don't have it because I don't have enough slots for it. So like in a situation like right here, I would need like the skinny version and I don't have it. But I hope maybe I can just sort of cover it up with the weed, like with the tall weed. About the polygraph, he told me when I was done that I was deemed non-deceptive. So you passed. That's good. It's a job requirement not to be deceptive. Some jobs might require you to be deceptive. They wouldn't do something like that with customer service because you know, you can't always speak your mind in customer service. Customer's always right. Man, I love it when you just need to plant this a million times to get the full-grown one. I love it. Yay! Complaining about it did the trick. Kappa! Hey, it's good to see you. I hope you're having a great start to the week. Have you done any more watercolors lately? Let's see if I can get this back to where it was. Yay! I understand your struggle. I have one section on my island and I feel like I have to break it up so to get it to look fine since most paths don't have a skinny path. Yeah, I'm glad you feel this struggle. Sometimes it just makes you like think a little harder though, and usually there's like some sort of solution if you set your mind to it. Alright, I need to remember how I had this arranged because I have to redo the pathing. Now I have to sit and be interviewed by 4 people at the same time, and if that goes well, the new job. I've been Mr. Uber driver for a year now and ready to be done with that. Oh, good luck. Based on what you've said about the interview process, it sounds like it's intense, but that probably means it's a step up or definitely like maybe more of a job that takes itself seriously. So that'll be really exciting and you deserve that. Do we like the goth black rose? Super goth. I actually do kind of like it. I'm not sure if it's the winner yet though, and also I'm being ADHD. I need to finish doing my pathing correction. Hey GPV! It's good to see you. How was your Tuesday? We're working in Fawnhollow again, trying to... I don't know. 3rd time's the charm? Is it the 3rd time I've been working on this area? But yeah, this is Shino's like land bridge to her house. It's still got the boat down here below, the boat moored on the beach rock. The goal is to make it look extra woodsy. Nathan! Oh, you're right. It has been a long time. It's good to see you again. Oh, I'm happy to have you here. Definitely, it's really wholesome as a streamer when you see a name, see a pal you haven't seen in a long time. It's really cool. I hope you've been doing well. This is my island Fawnhollow, if you're not familiar with it. It's like a sort of post-apocalyptic island, but I guess you can't super tell from the area I'm at today. This is like the wilderness of the post-apocalypse, and I have city parts and other parts of the town. I like the idea of, you know, dividing up a post-apocalyptic island into maybe the part that's underwater, the part that's wilderness, the part that's a destroyed city. Have like another part that's inspired by farmland in the post-apocalypse. Yay! Okay, I got everything back the way it was. So now we can test out all our flower options. There is the Goth Black Rose in curtain number 1. It's gonna be in curtain number 2. Been working on your homework, Kappa, taking little breaks with games just to exercise your mind. Hopefully I can get into watercolor once more. Oh yeah, no, no worries and no judgment here. School takes up a lot of time and effort and work. It's a massive time sink, all the homework and studying. That's just something I remember chatting about in a previous stream, was when you did some watercolor trees, so I thought I'd ask as a follow-up. But that's been good that you're dedicating yourself to your schoolwork. Reading is no fun when you're forced to do it. Yeah. Especially like history reading, I don't know, that was probably like my least favorite. Sometimes I could get into the books they would assign, sometimes. Like the English class books and stuff. The one reading I could just not do, could not get behind, was Shakespeare. I just couldn't do Shakespeare. I still can't really do Shakespeare. Man, this is kind of hard. I won't lie, I mean, I'm not really like obsessed with any of these. Like they're all just like sort of okay to me. Maybe I'll try like running over one of the roses. I'm gonna run over the purple rose because I like that less than the black one. The purple is too matchy-matchy. Like I've already got too much purple over here, so this is too matchy-matchy. But maybe if I run it over, I can get a feel for how the buds will look. Yay, I'm glad it cooperated. See, I like the buds quite a bit. Maybe I'll use flower buds and not like a full flower. Yeah, it looks pretty sweet. You've been busy with work, but you're on vacation now? Oh, that's exciting. Got anything fun lined up? Yeah, I wonder, Nathan, did when you were in my streams in the past, maybe were you like working from home or something? I mean, I'm sure that's something that affected a lot of people, was the transition from like pandemic work to like the sort of post-pandemic work. No! This area's like a little narrow, so it's like I keep wanting to add aesthetic items, and then it's like, no, you don't have enough space. Black Cosmo or Tulip. I am a slightly anti-tulip, at least for Fawnhollow. To me, tulips are like a kid core flower. I don't know why. But I could maybe get behind a Cosmo. Do I have any of those? I'm sure I do somewhere. How do you feel about the plucked black rose, Mossy? Buds are cute, but I'm too lazy to commit to them. Yeah, I guess it is kind of annoying the way you gotta run on the flowers in order to... You gotta run on the flowers in order to keep them in their budded state, but Sometimes they don't look terrible when they're fully grown. Like maybe someone who wasn't customized to what Fawnhollow should look like, maybe they wouldn't bat an eye at seeing some fully grown flowers around the island. But to my eyes, I'm like, oh no, that should be a bud. So I have to go and correct it. Yeah, if only there was a glitch to freeze the buds. I call that glitch maybe saving a dream code and then just the dream code is your way of visiting the island, I guess. I don't know if I would ever be like that with one of my islands though. I think I would always still like to visit it in person, so I'm sure I still will with Fawnhollow. I'm feeling a green wheat field right here. Oh, thank you, Acorn. I appreciate it. Foliage arranging can be so rewarding. I'd love to build a strawberry field with the buds. Yeah, I guess like we've been saying, it's definitely a commitment, but you don't have to pluck them. You just have to run over them. So if you're okay with like running some laps over your strawberry field, that's always an option. You could also put your strawberry field on the beach. I think I've seen people do that before. Oh, okay, so this is probably like too close. Man, I guess I made this a bit of a narrow walkway, didn't I? Ooh, this is probably a good spot for a leaf pile, don't you think? Yeah, that's probably a good like leaf pile spot. Something else you can like run over. I wonder if the little round circle around the pine tree, I wonder if that doesn't look good. I hope it looks alright, because I don't want to clutter something by putting something right in front of that pine tree, so I hope it's okay to see the base of it and to not hide the base. Alright, looking for leaf piles. What color should I do? There's green, yellow. How about we take one of each color out, because these are one of those nice items that actually tells you what the color is. I guess it's because they're technically like different items. You can craft them with different ways, but it's one of the few items that I give a bonus point for. You can like actually tell what color they are. None of the other items saw fit to do that. Strawberry! Been lurking the past couple streams. Love the splashes of purple. Thank you! Yeah, I think that was a nice bit of inspiration too. I decided, since I've been kind of hitting a wall with this area so much, as I'm sure you've maybe noticed the past few streams, that I would do some work off stream to kind of at least get a base going. Maybe sometimes it's easier to build on stream when you've already done like a little bit of a base going on and you kind of have like a bit of a mood board to build off of. So I think that was a good decision, and the pops of purple make me feel like I'm in a fairy tale woods, like I'm Little Red Riding Hood or something, like going through a forest and about to come across some sketchy stuff in the woods. Alright, so the yellow leaf pile kind of blends in a lot, but sometimes I like that, so that might not be bad. I'll go ahead and try the others though. Purple and yellow go great together. Yeah, we know our color theory. Complementary colors. Red and green too, so it's kind of like maybe the purple goes nicely with the yellow, but then the red like goes nicely with the green. Yeah, it's cool. I think I might prefer the red leaf pile so far, Kind of looks like maybe it fell off that red tree. Yeah, I don't even know if I'm going to try the other ones. I think the red leaf pile is winner. What is going on with the path over here? There's like a tree in the middle of the path. I guess I planted that. It's a tree glitch tree. So I probably gotta like redo this a bit. We love a good complementary color combo. Do y'all have a favorite complementary color combo? We got red and green, blue and orange, and purple and yellow. And I think technically those are the only ones, because complementary colors are usually reserved for like primary colors and like a secondary color that is opposite the color wheel. There are like other color schemes though. That's one of the things I remember learning a lot when I took art in school. They taught us about different types of color scheme. Let me see if I can remember some of the other ones. So there's analogous, which, don't quote me, but I think the analogous color scheme is colors that are next to each other on the color wheel, so that would be like a green, blue, purple color scheme. There's like a triadic color scheme, which is maybe colors that are like at 3 points in the color wheel evenly, like a triangle. So that would be like red, blue, and yellow, but it's not just red, blue, and yellow. Like say, I don't know the color wheel off the top of my head, but it could be something like purple, orange, green. I don't know all my triadic color combos, but I think there's one called cross complementary, which I couldn't really tell you what that is, but I think that's the name of one of them. I was about to Google it, but then I was like, it's not worth it. I'm either right in remembering or I'm wrong. Okay, let's do some aesthetic curves in here. Oh, you're good, Mossy. How was your summer? It's been really hot here. That's the first thing that comes to my mind. But other than the heat, it hasn't been bad at all. Been actually like trying to do more stuff for myself and self-care and things, so I'm doing good, but the weather's not. Yay. It's so satisfying to like, I don't know, get something how you like it again. Color theory is so fun to decipher, to mix all sorts of things, but then it's major trial and error. Yeah, I also think sometimes you can overthink it a little. Sometimes your eye is like the best judge, and you can come up with interesting color combos without the aid of looking at a color wheel. I think especially when it comes to Animal Crossing decorating, I don't think it's necessary to, consult color theory, because you're not just using colors, you're also using objects, so it's, you're pairing objects that look good with each other. Green and brown, because I said they complement each other. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I don't know if green and brown is technically like on the list of one of the color schemes, but that's the color of nature right there. That's the color of a forest. Green and brown, chef's kiss. Brings a bit of life to the green, but the brown humbles it. So poetic, Kappa. So poetic. To me, it just feels green and brown is earthy vibes. It's other than earthy. I feel like there's something kind of calm about it. Like if I'm in a green and brown Animal Crossing island, it just feels very natural and peaceful and almost feels like it's not Animal Crossing and that I wandered into a forest or something. So that's what I get from green and brown usually. Oh, you're home for the day, sweetie? Apparently forgot to move my heel lift to my outside shoes when I left. Took a walk, so my body's pretty pissed off right now. Oh, what's your heel lift? Is that something you have to wear? Like are those heels that you have to wear at work or something? Oh, I'm really sorry about that. I feel that with the foot pain. I make my own feet like so angry pretty much each and every day. I have a bit of like a recurring plantar fasciitis thing going on. I'm gonna be really nitpicky. Let me see if there's a better pattern for this little square here. Yeah, I wonder if this one's better. More of the stone showing. Yeah, there we go. I actually don't totally know if I like the stone there or not. I'm just gonna leave it for now, but it's like I think it highlights the fact that that's pixel art and the stone next to it isn't. You can kind of tell the difference between them and it bugs me a little. Alright, entering a new phase here. So we're starting to leave the narrow area and like approach the house. I'm just wondering if I should do anything in this little hole though. Well, let me just test the vibes first by placing something here. There is such a thing as not filling every single space in an island, so yeah, that looks a little cluttercore, I think. And not in a good way, maybe. Do y'all think there should be an item here? Do you think it's like too much? I think maybe I should just put a pattern there. Can't wait to feel the weather change to winter and autumn. Yeah, we've talked about that a little, that everyone's like looking forward to the future and looking forward to the next seasons, autumn especially. To me, winter especially feels far ahead. I'm not thinking about that yet at all, but autumn maybe in a couple months, a little longer where I live, because I live in the south and it can be hot until like the end of October, where I'm at sometimes. Where am I gonna put this now that I'm like working on this area? It's like I need this out of the way and yet I also need it. Maybe I'll put it down here somewhere. How about, I don't know, I still haven't found a spot for it. Alright, there we go. We'll do this. Converse hurts so much, no cushion at all. Yeah, they say the best shoes to use are like running shoes or walking shoes. I heard though that before Converse became a fashion statement that people used to wear them as actual shoes. Like basketball players and things would wear them, so I don't know what to make of the fact that they're just like a pure fashion statement now. Alright, I'm gonna look at my inspo. Sorry, I like lost my tab. I hate when I do this. Here we go. Losing those pesky internet tabs. Ooh. We haven't used an anthurium plant in a while, and that's like one of my all-time favorite combos. I'm feeling like an anthurium plant moment coming. My left leg is shorter than my right leg, so I have to wear a lift to make them the same height. It's only 1/8 of an inch, but when you have severe arthritis, it can make a big difference. Oh, so you need that leg lift for some things, but not for others? Like it irritates you with some tasks, but you do need the leg lift for other things? Speaking my language with the brown and the green. I love how that's just like I asked chat as a whole, like, what are your favorite color schemes? And that was just like overwhelming. Everyone's like, boom, brown and green. It makes me kind of happy because I consider that some of the stream colors. They are some of the colors I used after all for, you know, some of my overlays and whatnot. Like this one, green and brown everywhere. Look at Dusty, by the way. She's like looking at the camera from this angle. She's awake. She's lucid. I think she can look really cute from this angle too, even though it's not close up. She kind of, you can still see her eyes. Dusty! She's like, okay, I'll look at you again. I'll let out a yawn. Thank you for that follow, by the way. Welcome in. Is that some foliage hype, Ms. Amp? We love foliage hype here. We also love fauna. We do not love Chip or CJ, whoever he is. This is probably coming out of nowhere, but do you want to go have a little catch up at your place? I also like spending time in the great indoors. Okay. I almost can't resist when a villager asks something like this, because it does seem kind of special, like something you can't rely on all the time, but I'll be honest, I don't have a lot going on in here. I'll lead Fauna to my one finished room, but other than that, I don't have a lot to show her. But I figure having them over maybe it like boosts your friendship or something, even though I'm a lost cause as far as collecting their photos. I can still collect friendship points. I want to plant some ivy to see color change. Usually here it just dies. Oh, is that IRL Kappa? You want to plant some ivy IRL? I always liked those homes in the English countryside with the ivy on them, like in Kiki's delivery service. Wait, Fauna, what the hell? You just got here. I bet I triggered it by going into a different room, I guess. Oh, okay. Let's keep hanging out. Come on, I went out of my way to like lead you to my one room, so why don't you stay here for a bit? Go and play whatever this game is. Is this like a Target game? Do you have a particular look in mind when you choose furniture for your home? Oh, you know, just the abandoned and destroyed kind. I want to understand how your mind works. I like what you got going on here. Sounds like Fauna's flirting with me. That's one of my like biggest compliments to somebody is like, I want to understand how your mind works. What makes you tick? Oh, she's giving me something. And it's not a shirt. It's a pinball machine. That's cool. Maybe she was inspired by this room. Maybe you can play pinball in the little worn down amusement park I have going on here. Fauna, come hang out with me by the oil barrel. Look how awkward my character is. I'm just standing here. I look so uncomfortable. Okay, I actually look more natural from this angle. But this angle was just like killing me. Sometimes they leave right away. Sometimes you can't get them to leave. Oh, so it's random? In New Leaf, they would only leave when you visited all the rooms, but I guess it's different in this one. I really like the kinds of things you decorate with, like that leaf campfire there. I really like that you set these leaves on fire. The leaves on fire makes Fauna sentimental. She is an autumnal cutie, if I'm not mistaken. Doesn't she have like an autumnal theme in some of these Happy Home designer type games, or am I thinking of Deirdre? I know Deirdre is the official autumnal queen, at least the autumnal queen of like Happy Home designer templates. Yeah, I'm ready to go, Fauna. I got my fun from having you here. Got my pinball machine. Fits with the aesthetic. Yeah, I'll put it over here. Why not? That way it doesn't clog up my storage. Maybe you can do a pretty project with the ivy. Yeah, I've always romanticized like growing your own plants or produce, but something I learned, sorry, I'm scratching my nose. Something I learned was that you really gotta watch out for bugs, like in produce. So I think that kind of like turned me off of like growing any vegetables or, you know, things like that. No wonder, I don't know, I feel like farmers gotta be really strategic about that, like just enough pesticides to get rid of them, but not enough to like cause any problems. I have to wear shoes all the time, even indoors, but I only have one left, so I have to move it from my inside shoes to my outside shoes when I leave the house. Oh, okay. Yeah, that sounds good. Anything to like make your life easier, have one waiting for you when you get inside. Sometimes, if I'm being good, I wear Crocs around the house. One visitor, I took them to every room in the house and they still wouldn't leave. They sat down on my couch and started reading. It was Molly who did that, so I wasn't upset. Oh, that's sweet. Kind of feels like she was settling down in there, which, as long as you aren't busy, maybe if you just have ACNH open for vibes rather than productivity or trying to get something done, which I think is a thing sometimes. I think sometimes you can just sort of have the game open and maybe be focusing on something else, taking a break from decorating or whatever goal you're working on, and like, yeah, I'll just vibe with Molly for a while. It's like she's your roomie for an hour or so. Alright, now I gotta get back to my decorating. Oh yeah, I was gonna go get a holly bush anyways. So let me go and get a holly bush. Whoops. Sudden break. You're chewing gum, GPV. Oh, poor thing. Never had Crocs, but so many people have them. Oh yeah, I almost forgot they were a meme to like make fun of. I almost forgot about that. I guess I gotta focus on my own foot health sometimes too, and it just seems like a good thing to be able to throw on around the house when you have plantar fasciitis. Sometimes walking around barefoot's not good for it, but I do it anyways, I'm not gonna lie. Back in 2020, I would try to have the game open for the entire 2 p.m. hour so I could hear the music. I've never liked the 2 p.m. music. I feel like it's a little too shrill and loud, but that's really sweet. There's definitely some music I vibe with as well, and My fondest memories of ACNH, like hourly music vibes, I really liked 10 p.m. Sometimes at 10 p.m. I'd be doing some sort of like productive task, whether it's watering my flowers or like usually not decorating, because I wouldn't always be decorating that late, but whatever I was doing, the 10 p.m. song made it just that much more cozy and kind of sentimental. Man, I like can't get to my beach. I guess I have to go this way. I'm like trying to get to my beach, but this is like the only way apparently. Here we go. Back in 2020, oh sorry, I read that. Even if I wasn't gonna play, I'd just leave it on open in the background. Yeah, I think that's part of why I have so many hours myself. I would sometimes do that too, like I'd leave the game open. Reminds me of how silly some of the hourly music was in the OG game, 2 p.m. So you like the silliness. That's a good way to describe it, and it shows that you hear the same sort of silly twang that I do. There's just something kind of shrill about it that takes me out. Most people don't think about the fact that happy feet also means a happy back. Your back health is greatly impacted by what you wear in your feet. Yeah, I wonder how connected it is for me though, because my plantar fasciitis is more from standing up all day, and I do wear good shoes. But as a general rule, I'm sure that's very relevant. All the parts of your body work together. Oh, hi Devin! Welcome in. How are you today? My name's Amy. We're working on my post-apocalyptic island, Fawnhollow. And I hope you're having a cozy Tuesday. I like the dreamy music too. My favorite hourly music to this day is New Leaf 7 p.m. Yeah, I wonder if that's on my playlist or not. If it's not, maybe I should add it sometime. I do like New Leaf 7 p.m. What's everyone's favorite hourly music in all of Animal Crossing? If you have like a favorite in New Leaf versus New Horizons or Wild World, like is there one that's just out of all the others your favorite? I think mine, I'd have to think because I have a few favorites, so I would have to narrow it down. Oh yeah, well, one of my favorites on New Leaf was 6 p.m, so that's at least my favorite New Leaf song. I really liked 6 p.m. 6 p.m. and New Leaf was really dreamy. It was when the lights on and the street lights, so like you'd be in your island. First it's 5 p.m. and it's like the golden hour, it's like easing into sunset, and then 6 p.m. hits and it's like a vibe shift and all the lights in your town come on and it feels dreamy, and I just love that music. But as far as the game as a whole, my favorite soundtrack is Animal Crossing GameCube, so my top favorite would probably have to be from Animal Crossing GameCube, or at least that's what would make the most amount of sense. And like all the Animal Crossing GameCube songs are good. I can't just pick just one. How do I pick just one Animal Crossing GameCube song? There's 5 p.m. as a bop, 7 a.m. as a bop, 3 p.m. as a bop, 1 p.m. cat song as a bop. I always wondered why in America they make the cashiers stand up. Oh, yeah, true. I feel the same way. I really don't like being a cashier. I am not a cashier though, I'm a stalker, but I still gotta stand up on that concrete and, you know, stock whatever I'm stocking, whether it's like books or clothing. Clothing in particular can be like more brutal to stock as far as my feet go. My back, it's like a happy back situation when I stock clothes because it's not as heavy. But clothing, I often have to stand in one spot a lot, and that's like the worst thing for your feet when you stand in one spot. It's like the worst thing you can do for it. I'm trying to figure out like what sorts of things to go here. I'll be honest, I don't like seeing the patch of sand of the baobab like behind the cedar. So I wonder if I should push the baobab back one, but man, that means I'll be eating up even more of like this land down here, like another space eaten up. I made a room in my house with a tree, storm wallpaper, and added the storm or rain sound effect. Sometimes use it as a sleep sound maker thing. Oh, that's really cozy. The Animal Crossing ambient noises. I've heard some people suggest at times that if they wanted to get creative, maybe having a version of ACNH that just has the ambient noises, like the water and running on the grass. Maybe it would be nice to soak that in and not just hear hourly music all the time. The closest is probably 5 a.m. because it's just so soft. So if you ever want to get those sorts of like really natural vibes, 5 a.m. is probably the closest bet. It's really quiet. But that's really creative. I love me some stormy, rainy sound effects. Who knew that ACNH could be your rain ASMR? I love those sound effects they added. They can really like add a lot to a home. You can add like woodsy noises, all sorts of stuff. I need to get some wheat fields out because I need to cover the base of these baobab trees. Look, I'm saying it right now. I've evolved. Baobab. They make cashiers stand up because they say we're lazy otherwise. I have heard that, Mossy. There are plenty of nice people out there, like Kappa, who suggested, like, I always wonder why they make you do that. I mean, there's plenty of nice people who are like, yeah, just let them stand up. But then there are some people that would be like, seeing that as a sign of like not good customer service or whatever, that you're not standing for full attention of like the customer you're dealing with. It's I have heard that too. Oh, Lolita, I think you might have reminded me what my all-time favorite Animal Crossing song is. I forgot about it. I think my favorite might be 11 p.m. Wild World. There's just something so unique about it. It kind of like takes me to another place. So that's what I like about it, is the uniqueness. I even consider it a different sort of uniqueness from the tracks that I consider tearjerker tracks in the Animal Crossing soundtrack, like 2 a.m. I consider that one like a tearjerker, but 11 p.m. to me is just pure dreaminess and vibes and sort of transports me. So I'm gonna play it. I'm sure you all will like it too. It's a nice, cozy song. Might not be your tip-top favorite like it is with me, but it's a good track. Plus, it has that nostalgia bonus too. Oh, oh my goodness. Funny story, I had just turned my volume way up because I was trying to hear the 11 p.m. Wild World, and that was the funniest timing. I was sharing my favorite Animal Crossing song with the chat, which is 11 p.m. Wild World. I was like, let me jack the volume up. Sailor Moon noise. Welcome in, friends. My name is Amy. Thank you so much for the raid. Sorry for the startled welcome. Hey, caramel iced coffee. Ooh, that sounds so good and refreshing in the summertime. Thank you for bringing your community over. What did you all play? And thank you for the follows. Hey, Kaylee with the caramel raid. Hey, Leo. And hi, Aha the Lass. Hi, I can't make anything. Wow. What a username. Are you okay? I think I'm okay now. I think I'm good. Sorry if I startled any one of you. Thanks for getting the shout out for Caramel Katie. Oh, y'all were playing Fall Guys. That's such a fun game. I'm really itching to learn how to play it better myself. I don't have it on my Switch yet. I need to check it out. Oh no, it's my own fault. Wild World fam? Oh, you like Wild World too? Yeah, it's such a nostalgic game. I started with the GameCube, but I've always been a sucker for like portable Animal Crossing above all else. That New Leaf, that Wild World. Even Animal Crossing New Horizons kind of scratches that itch. Technically, maybe a Switch shouldn't be as portable as it is for me, but I totally carry my Switch around in my purse sometimes. You had a blast with Fall Guys? I'm so glad. Yeah, my name is Amy, to give a proper introduction that's not a jump scare. And I am a long-term Animal Crossing fan, but I especially enjoy the game for its like world building. I love me some like landscapes and landscape art. So to me, this is a way you can kind of make your own landscape art you can walk around in. Today we're working on Shino's house. This is Shino's house, and she's the villager, like kind of hidden, tucked away in the woods. I want it to look very mysterious, woodsy, overgrown, and my island's a post-apocalyptic island, so I'm having a lot of fun with the theme. Overgrown by nature vibes. You had to pull up Animal Crossing Wild World 11 p.m. to recall which one that is. Pure bliss. Oh, I'm glad you agree, Lemons. Yeah, we were talking about, like, what everyone's favorite Animal Crossing track is. Let me know if you all have one, and I think I can scroll up and read some of other folks' favorites. Yeah, no problem. Go and take care of yourself. I really appreciate the raid, and tacos sounds amazing. I hope you enjoy. Thank you for trusting me with your community. I'm glad you had a good chaotic Fall Guys stream. Oh, hi, Revenant. Slime climb, villager hunt. That's a funny way to put it. Danny! Oh, it's good to see you. How are you, Danny? Welcome in. Welcome to Fawnhollow. Oh, Katie clipped the jump scare. Love city folk music, especially when it's snowing. Yeah, I guess the rainy sound effects really does add something sometimes. They don't just add the rain, they also add like maybe some other bits and bobs to the tune itself. Like they'll make it more twinkly, or in the case of snow, they usually add like snow bells. But yeah, this is what I do a lot of. I like to add foliage. What do we think of the anthurium plant? What color should it be? Should we prop it up on something? I'm kind of feeling the brown anthurium plant. I think it looks good there. I'm getting into digital landscape art. art in Procreate at the moment. It's so much fun. I really shouldn't neglect my creativity like I have done. Yeah, everyone should have a creative hobby, and creative hobby doesn't have to be the most traditional sense of the word. I've even heard people say that like things like cooking can be a creative hobby, or just writing, and it doesn't have to be writing a book, but maybe just writing online in general, like sharing things. Anyway, I'm rambling about some of the non-traditional ways you can be creative and make art, but it's definitely really important. It can be hard though because of adulting and stuff though, so don't be hard on yourself, Simi. You've had a lot on your plate this year with your job and everything. I'm gonna get out something for the anthurium plant to stand on. Oh, yeah, we did hear it while we were getting to know the new raiders. It played 11 p.m. The problem is it's not an extended version, but here it is again, sweetie, if you want to take another listen. Thank you for the foliage hype, Acorn. I want to try Procreate, but not enough to get an iPad. I was a little surprised to hear that iPads have become the new, like, sort of art tablet. It used to be that you would get something specific for an art tablet that would be like some sort of company dedicated to that, not like an iPad, which I see as a general tablet for the wider population, just to have a tablet. But yeah, I've heard that iPads are one of the primary sources of doing digital art. Is that what you use, Simi? What do you do on Procreate? I actually have an iPad. I've never done digital art though before. If you're new here, I do struggle with pockets. How about I drop off these flowers somewhere? The flowers are taking up some space. Let me go drop these off on the beach. Sounds like a nice way to paint though, so I'm still considering it. Oh, like digital painting. Yeah, I think it takes some practice and some getting used to, but one of the things about it, you can erase mistakes a lot easier. You can like create layers and then like hide certain layers. It's definitely very intuitive, I think, once you get a handle of it, and can really save you some like erasing and some heartache that maybe you would come to with traditional media. And it's absolutely just as artistic too, and takes just as much skill to like learn the ropes. Simi would recommend digital art. Oh, I'd love to see some of it sometime, Simi, if you're comfortable. Thank you for the foliage hype, H. Bizzle. This is one of my favorite foliages right here, the anthurium plant. I really want one for Procreate, but don't want to spend that much. Yeah, they are very expensive, aren't they? I recommend trying to get one on sale for whatever your favorite retailer is, whether it's Black Friday or Amazon Day, or in the case of Costco, sometimes Costco has them on sale. Recommend getting them on sale. Sorry, I'm trying to drop the brown one. Oh, you're welcome, sweetie. You know that feel when like a cat hair like drops on top of you and you're just like startled as heck, afraid that it's a bug or something? Is that just me? Oh, no, Lemons. I actually, thank you for reminding me. It actually was totally my intention. I was gonna scroll up at some point, like very soon, because I know I missed some things. Like when I started welcoming from the raid. But you did a villager redemption? Oh, what villager do you want? That's really cool. Not a lot of people use the villager redemption, but I'd love to help you out with a villager. Thanks for doing that. Maybe right here I'll do like something resembling a tree, like a cypress plant or something, just to fill in that little bit of sky. Now we're moving back to some GameCube funkiness. So funky. Wacom? Oh my gosh, you're right. I totally forgot the brand of what used to be like all the old art tablets. I totally forgot that you knew what I was talking about anyway. Yeah, that's the other one I've heard of. Wacom. Went over all the features and tools in classes on Skillshare. Oh wow, Skillshare. That's so interesting that you learned it on there. I watch some like sort of science YouTubers that sometimes like I like to watch YouTubers that will cover interesting things just to have on as background that you can also learn things from, just like little in between entertainment. But they always advertise Skillshare. It's like one of their little sponsors. I'm trying to find a cypress plant. Here we go. Dusty, oh, I saw you standing up. Dusty, are you leaving us? Makes me sad when she leaves. I love what Procreate has done for creativity in general. Yes, an iPad's expensive, but compared to another computer, another tablet device, and then the programs to keep up with the level of pros being able to use as well, digital art is a little more accessible for others that way. That's a good point when you put it that way, Acorn. Kind of reminds me of similar arguments for or against like a gaming PC versus a console. I guess there's like pros and cons for each and different situations for different people. You want to try Windy? All right. Definitely feel free to message me off stream as well in case I don't even want to say in case I forget, because that sounds so tacky that I would forget such a thing, but just to be safe. It is quite easy for me to pull up a villager for someone to adopt because I have a spicy switch, so it's not difficult at all. And I can do that anytime you have an open spot. Do you have an open spot right now? I usually get my villagers from the treasure island, but I don't have her card, and the poor girl isn't on any of the treasure islands. Oh, poor Wendy. That's so sweet of you to give a less popular villager a chance, though. I'm having trouble hiding the pot of this cypress. Even that, I don't know if I'm happy with. Maybe the cypress just isn't gonna work right here. I just see way too much of the pot. You know what I'm saying? What else could I put right there? There's gotta be some other options. I could do maybe a Shufflera that has a similar big pot though. Triangular topiary. Yeah, I guess the only other big option is something like a triangular topiary. Sorry, I got really fiddly right there. I really went into the zone. Skillshare has gotten huge. A lot of YouTubers I watch are also sponsored by them. Yeah, and at least it has a purpose and a use, unlike maybe some of the other really spammy advertisement type things. Man, I really gotta put some stuff away. This is getting out of hand. Should I do one of those times where I just like literally put everything away? Should I just do that? Sometimes it just gets out of control. Skillshare is another rad system that makes learning or creating more accessible. Do you all know some of the other stuff that you can learn on Skillshare? Is it really like genuinely super wide open? What are the depths? Could you like learn math on there or something? Like that's something. I have this weird little dream that maybe in my free time as like a personal goal, like separate from content creation, which sometimes we need to remember to make for ourselves, because we can definitely get really sucked into gotta prepare for the next stream, gotta do this and that. But I kind of want to like learn maths, specifically physics, but I think in order to learn physics I will have to brush up on prior math, and I'm not totally sure how to do that. Do I do textbooks? Do I do YouTube? I'll have to figure it out whenever I actually do the thing. I wonder if Skillshare has maths. That's what I'm getting at, I guess. Man, these are not enough colors to work with. Never tried Wendy, and she looks cute. Yeah, I definitely support Wendy. I like her too. Can you tell art school back in the day was hard and expensive? Yeah. I definitely get the impression that in the digital age, I wonder if art school has gotten more like controversial, or like less of a sure thing that you have to do, because I don't know, you can definitely like sort of teach yourself art to some extent. You definitely don't have to go to school for it. Yeah, I think I like the triangular topiary maybe. I think that looks pretty nice. You'll share some of what you've done on Discord? I'd love to see it. Schools are super intimidating. I got into one twice and chickened out twice. The pressure to create seemed too much for my fragile self. Yeah, I definitely dabbled in art growing up. I was someone that I took art class every single year in like middle school and high school. Like when we chose electives, I always did art. I was definitely had a reputation for it. People would pick me for like posters and stuff. But that was me being a small fish or a big fish in a small pond. I've always been kind of realistic that, I mean, I can't do art as like a career or anything, so art school was never really on my radar. But I did, through taking art classes and things, I did meet some people where art class was on their radar. One that was always talked about was SCAD, which is in Georgia. Katie, I was thinking of it, but I didn't want to say it. I get sent stuff from them all the time. Like I'll get an email like, you have a sponsorship opportunity, and it's that. It's that. And I'm like, okay. All right. Trying to figure out if I like this color. Do I want red or do I like the white? Man, I'm so lazy for the trial and error in this moment. Maybe I should do something other than anthurium. Maybe I could do... No, the anthurium plant has the Smallest pot. I feel like I gotta do the smallest pot. I went the whole time. Please don't do that. Go to art school unless you really want to or gotta. There's zero reason to spend as much as I did for someone to tell me I can draw. Yeah, I wonder if it can be like genuinely, maybe in some people's opinion, I'm sure you can like learn stuff there totally, and maybe it helps you build connections and build a portfolio and have guidance in that way, be forced to like keep creating and challenging yourself. But I definitely think social media has really opened things up. You can teach yourself better than ever before now. You can get your stuff out there better than ever before for the most part, unless you struggle with the algorithm. But yeah, online art and digital art is really interesting in this era. Ooh. That looks kind of interesting. I can dig it, maybe. Do we dig it? Maybe not. Of course, Amy wants to learn math. Oh. Wait, you would have guessed that about me? So Skillshare does most topics, like from writing, marketing, to website design, to carpentry, heaps of topics. Wow, carpentry? Yeah, it sounds like everything. It's kind of random. No shade to carpentry. Oh, there is math and Skillshare? Oh, that's sweet. That's cool. Maybe you could get help for math stuff that you're struggling with in the absence of a classroom environment if you're, you know, learning on your own like I would be. As an art alumni and former art professor, I will say it's in no way required to attend a single class ever. You can teach yourself classically or digitally. Oh, cool. A former professor as well, wow. Oh, your friend went to Scadlemans, graduated last year. Did she like it? Do you know? One of your homies goes to SCAD? It's one of the most famous ones. I don't know if I really know like another one off the top of my head. I feel like that's like the one most people know. The art school I got into was called CAFA. Why are they always acronyms? Yeah, well, yours would be different. Simi's from Australia. I wanted to go to SCAD, however, there are so many people there. Yeah, I mean, I think I can maybe be... I actually don't know if it's competitive to get into many art schools. I'm not totally sure on that, but I think I remember hearing that basically you could kind of like pay if you wanted to go, sort of thing. I could be wrong, but I remember, like, you know, they probably want to make that money no matter. You might get more of a scholarship though, maybe, if you're good. I could be wrong, don't listen to me. That's just the impression I got from someone when, again, I was like hearing rumblings from being in art classes in late high school when that would come up. Not to change the subject, but that giant acorn luck did work out. Last night I won a giveaway on a Discord server for something really awesome. Wow, congratulations. It tickles me a little that you, I feel like I'm going crazy with the colors of these frickin' anthurium plants. I thought I got out a red one. It tickles me that you, like, keep a track of your, fortunes and stuff and, like, track if they actually, like, mean anything or not. Oh, that's really cool, Katie. This is gonna be like a weird scroll up moment, but I do remember, I think I missed reading some stuff earlier when we were talking about like favorite music, and we were talking about a variety of things. But Ms. Amp, you bought some sandals that are good for your plantar fasciitis and they feel amazing. Yeah, good shoes can help, but also like inserts can help too, making sure your inserts are up to date and all that good stuff. But feel free to send me a Twitch whisper of the sandals if you're up to it. I'm kind of curious now since you tell everyone about it. No pressure though. GPV's favorite is 5 a.m. GPV says it's basic. No. Everyone's valid and no one's basic for liking something that's popular. 5 a.m. is definitely probably one of the objectively greatest ACMH tracks. Kappa's favorite is 1 a.m. Wild World. Interesting. Usually people cite 2 a.m. Wild World. Lolita's favorite is GameCube 3 a.m. Oh wow, I don't even know that one off the top of my head. Couldn't tell you what that one's like. I never understood New Leaf making the winter and summer solstice all day. It was kind of goofy though. At least they did something special for it. You know, at least they were festive. I put crickets around on my old island to get that animal ambiance. That's creative. I feel like I don't pay attention enough to the sounds in Animal Crossing to really be invested. Man, these are gonna drive me nuts. Was it that hard to add a color in front of this? Please. Oh my. I had to have an emo moment there. Okay, I'm good now. But yeah, I pretty much like sometimes I find myself like I'll put on the sound in Animal Crossing and then I'll be like, you know what would be a lot better than this? Like listening to actual music. So sometimes I'll just like actively like turn down the music at ACNH and, you know, like put on my Spotify or something. My Spotify beats ACNH any day. So I often forget about like, oh, what would make aesthetic noises and oh, should I put music players around? I always forget that stuff because I don't really pay attention to it. The item I put right here is one thing I'm really struggling with, to be honest. So I'm trying to like think hard about that. Do I want another Anthurium plant? Like, it sort of felt samey when I had an Anthurium plant there. So maybe I should do something different. "4 a.m. Snow" is Mossy's favorite. Oh, I remember hearing about 4 a.m. was your favorite New Leaf, Mossy. We even have a quote about it. It's like a very poetic quote. Missed that. What sandals? Yeah, it was someone in chat. Miss Amp. Something else that's getting on my nerves. I don't know if I want this in green or brown, but my gut tells me there's like so much brown already in this area that maybe the pop of green is good. That's what my gut is telling me. Sorry, I'm really like going into the zone here, I guess, aren't I? Foliage is very important to me. always get my non-sneaker shoes at the walking company. They have a lot of cute options for all sorts of foot issues. Oh, I haven't heard of the walking company. I have to wear steel-toed shoes at work, so that kind of limits my option a little bit. But I found some ones off of Amazon that are basically just like tennis shoes, but they have a steel toe. Some of the steel toe shoes are like really uncomfortable because they're, I don't know, built for construction workers and they're just like stiff as heck. But I don't need to be quite that hardcore. I just need like a steel toe because of OSHA or something, but I don't think my feet are in any real imminent danger, so the more comfortable steel toe I can get, the better. And I found some that are basically like tennis shoes, so that's good. Sorry, I might concentrate for a second. I feel like I don't know what I came in here for. I need to think. Okay, so we could get this out. We could get maybe a mush log out. Ooh, could have a pop of purple again. There's always the mush partitions for an extra pop of something. What else? Okay, let's try some of these too. Casablanca. And some things to put them on. I feel like some of those flowers, like, they really don't look good much unless you prop them up on something. Alright, there we go. Oh no, I like hearing about like shoe recommendations, Katie. Do you use the sneakers like for just like walking around, or do you use them for exercise sometimes? I was just wondering because maybe you need special ones for exercise when you're plantar fasciitis. Oh no, that's probably too tall. I had my partner remove the background music from the game, so now I don't have to hear it anymore. Do you still hear like all the background sounds, Mossy? Like you hear the water and the grass, or I'm curious about that. That sounds really cool. Kendi! Oh, it's good to see you, Kendi. How are you today? Steel toe boots can be so heavy. I had to wear them when I landscaped one summer. Yeah, I tried my best to find ones that were lighter for that reason. That makes sense. You need steel toe boots with the heavy lifting. Yeah, they haven't really like come in handy a whole lot though. They haven't. I don't think they've like saved my life at any point. I think it's supposed to be if you drop something on your foot. You can tell by my facial expressions. I don't know. I think it's kind of silly, but they're probably just doing what Asha is telling them to do. It's probably not even like their rule. They probably like have to say that because of Asha. I like that. The pop of purple, maybe. Maybe I should have a pop of yellow now. I keep using these phrases. I need a pop of yellow now. God, I'm such a dummy the way I talk. But that could be a pop of yellow. But that looks kind of cheesy. I don't like that. That looks kind of weird. You cycle through a pair of Mary Janes for work, flip-flops for summer, and sneakers for everything else. Yeah, I'm not a big shoe person myself. I'm kind of bad about having comfortable shoes for outside of work though, other than tennis shoes. It's interesting you like flip-flops. I feel like whenever I wear flip-flops, I like hate my life. I hate the thing like in between your toes. But maybe there are comfortable versions of flip-flops. I remember in ye old days when I was growing up, there was this famous brand called Rainbows, and they were actually pretty comfortable. I don't know if they were worth all the hype. Like, I feel like someone could have done a dupe of Rainbows very, very easily. So part of it was just the fashionable name brand of it, but the cred, but they were very comfortable. Want to see my concentration face? Oh, thank you, Sim. That's sweet of you. I feel like I'm getting kind of fiddly. Maybe if I continue to struggle with this area, I'll try to move on from it and like start working from the house, but it's like I don't feel like this is unique enough. It's not that this looks bad, like this anthurium plant and Casablanca lily extravaganza. Like, it's not like it looks bad, but one of my little requirements sorry, I need to drop a yellow one or I'm gonna go crazy. Gotta concentrate. There we go. One of the things that I really need, like in a build, I need it to not just feel like, it looks okay, but I like it to have a spark of uniqueness and a spark of like, it looks so well arranged that it looks like fate or something. I feel like I've achieved that, or at least with foliage arranging. Because foliage arranging, I feel like, is inherently plain enough as a concept. Like, it's not a big build or something, that it has to be basically perfect for me to accept it into my town. And everyone has different tastes. I'm not saying this is gonna be perfect for everybody, but to me, like, this is perfect. I love standing right here looking at everything. And I don't know, that like little corner that I was working on, it's like just very basic. So I gotta think of some like flashier item combos to use in this corner, or else like I'm just not gonna be happy with it. It just doesn't look cool enough. So usually when I need to make something flashier, you have to start maybe thinking outside the box a bit more, maybe try some bigger items like termite mound or rocks, stuff like that. You're not sure how they did it? How they removed the music? I'm really jealous. I'm really jealous. That sounds amazing. I can't believe you managed to do that. That's so cool. Oh, hey, Bruschetta. If you work somewhere where there are forklifts or pallets, it can be more dangerous. Yeah, I used to think it was because of the forklift, but I think they say it's because of dropping something on your foot and not specifically being run over by a forklift, but you're right that it's probably OSHA, like, in those sorts of environments with forklifts and whatnot. Never forget rainbows. Oh, thank you, Simi. I appreciate it. That thingy used to bug me too when I was younger. I just forced myself to get used to them. Oh, do they help keep like your feet cool? Like there are other plus sides to it other than just, you know, wearing flip-flops for flip-flops. Like you deal with the thingies so that you'll have like cooler feet or something. I can't do Captain islands as a side effect though. It removes his singing, so you just ride on the boat off the end of the world. I have a clip of it. Really? Oh, wow, that's weird. Alright, what other sorts of like better items can I use over there? One problem I have, I feel like I'm like really scatterbrained and I don't even know like what I put in my pockets anymore. It's hard to keep track of everything. Let's try something else. The tree bounties lamp on top of a little log. Does that work better? No, I don't really like that either. Huh. The Shufflera. I think I kind of like the Shufflera, but not in that spot. I think I want it where the termite mound is. That just means I have to find a sturdy enough pot hider though, because we can't have that big pot showing. I could do another wheat field maybe, just like in a different color. Or I could do like a termite mound or a tall rock. Gotta like whip out the big guns for hiding this pot. Not a lot will hide it. I think I'm gonna try another wheat field, see if that helps. Oh, you think so? I was thinking that same wheat field, Katie. Yeah, there's still something like a little bit visible about it. Now it looks like a what I call the Neapolitan wheat field effect. Ah, jeez, I hate when I get to like some sort of point where it's like I reach a wall and then it's just like I'm crawling ahead, like trying to just do anything. I feel like my stream progress like creeches to a halt when I get to one of these spots. So inexplicable too, like why like you can be vibing and doing good and then all of a sudden it's like, nope, can't do it anymore. I think the triangular topiary ironically looked best, so maybe I'll just try to leave that for now and focus on the other slots. I'll leave this and focus on the other things. Posted it in Discord. Oh, I look forward to seeing that. See the weird glitch. Tall garden rock. That's what I'm gonna try next. Vibing with this GameCube music. Some of these tracks make me wish I knew how to whistle. I can never really figure out how to whistle good. Oh, I wonder if this pond stone would look quite unique. I have trouble using the pond stone though. I think one of the reasons I have trouble using it, a little theory for why I struggle, is it's like so straight. It's such a natural looking item, but it's so straight. Like it isn't a diagonal at all. It's just like this perfectly straight pond stone. I don't know, if it was like slightly at an angle or something, I think I would find it easier to use. So I genuinely, like, forgot what I was in here for. Lemons! Oh, thank you. Lemons, thank you so much for resubbing. That's really sweet of you. 14 months with the Force fam. Thank you so much, Lemons, and I really appreciate you. I can't wait to see what you do next in ACNH, and it's been really nice catching up today. You're also my in the neck of the woods buddy. Aw, thanks for the hype and love and chat for Lemons. What was I doing? See, I keep like forgetting why I came here. Oh, Tall Garden Rock. Thank you for the foliage hype, Acorn. Foliage hype for Lemons and for what we're attempting here. I think it should be here, right? After the S's. Should be right here. There we go. But my webcam was mostly covering it. That webcam can really get me sometimes. Oh, you love the foliage commands. I'm glad it was a winner. It's weird how it used to be like a joke, I think. Like we used to say like foliage, like haha, we overuse that word, but now we just say it with complete seriousness. Like, yeah, I gotta foliage arrange this area here. This foliage has to vibe. Like with a totally straight face, we just foliage hype. That's what we do here. But I think that's the reason why we started saying it, is because I felt self-conscious that I used that same word all the time. Like, I have a limited vocabulary. Yep, I love all the little cute moments and memories and jokes that can be accumulated in a streaming community. It's really nice. Okay, I definitely think that this tall garden rock needs to be swapped right here, because it's like the same height as that other item, so there needs to be like some sort of dip in between them. Ah, this is probably my favorite so far, especially if I change those. Should we change the color of the Casablanca lilies to contrast more, or do you like the fact that they're very subtle and just a really subtle purple right there? How about I try like a hyacinth lamp or something? You either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Wait, what is that referencing? I'm confused. I do know that as a general phrase, though. Isn't that often used in superhero films? Along with great power comes great responsibility. Vibe check, vibe assessment in progress. I wonder if that's good. Oh, it's from Batman? I'm not a big Batman fan. I actually don't know if I've seen all that much Batman at all. Feel kind of weird admitting that. Yes, that's sort of interesting. This might be getting a little closer to something I could squint my eyes and say, like, yeah, that's maybe unique enough. Just need something right here. And then maybe something right here too. I'm feeling like a vine bench. My partner played a shooter game and heard him say, "Hi friend, be nice, be my friend." And he's either referring to an NPC needing to be helpful or getting an enemy close to deal with them. So you're trying to decide, like, in what way he's using that phrase. I bet it's the latter. That's my personal guess. Okay, so let's gonna go behind the bush. I bet any sort of pot will be too visible, actually, because of how the angle works. Like, it's gonna be too visible. I could try something with a pot real quick anyways, though. Just to, like, try it. Maybe it'll surprise me. The anthurium plants do have very small pots. I feel like you can, like, sort of overlook them. By the way, I'm getting, like, a little bit finicky and head empty. Like, I'm sort of getting in the zone of this trial and error, and I might not be doing the best at, like, being a host. So I just want to apologize for that. I'm kind of self-aware when I'm falling into, like, I don't know, more of a deep concentration rather than conversation. So it is getting kind of late, though. It's around 9, so. And I feel really scatterbrained because of this problem I've complained over and over where I can't tell what the colors are. Like, I could have sworn I maybe had a white anthurium plant in my pockets, but it's just like, that's like a curse that's never gonna go away from me in this game. It's sort of sad in a way that it's like, I love decorating so much, but I think that's always gonna drive me a little bit crazy. Like, I just, at a certain point, have to put everything away and, like, because I don't know what color it is anymore. Gotta put it all away. Yeah, I could maybe take a break, probably. Yeah, I guess that pot isn't really hidden enough for me. It's like I have like a pot hiding sixth sense where I could just tell that wasn't gonna work. Man, I hate this. This like looks like shit. Okay, I might just like forget about this area. I'll like go to break and I'll come back and I'll just like not even touch this. Like this is dead to me. Maybe I'll experiment over here. I'm done. How about we look at Dusty and maybe go to break here. Oh. She's licking her toes. Alright, I guess I should put a BRB screen or notification up here. So let me just move this. Oh. Dang it. Okay. All right. I guess I'll just say be right back instead of cat can. I was trying to have it say both. All right. You can tell I need a break, right? I'm like going crazy over here. All right. I'm gonna take a refreshing break. Hey, Fudge Monkey. Yeah, I'm alright. I was just taking a little bit of a break. I'm sorry if it was long. I got a drink and had to go to the bathroom. But thank you for being patient and yeah, welcome back to the stream from my break. Let's see. Maybe I should switch to an entirely different area altogether if this is frustrating me. Something that like my break reminded me of, that I can switch focus. I don't have to like stay over here. That was something I told myself that I would do before stream if it became necessary. I think I will. Basically, I can't figure this area out. If I had to guess why... Wow! Oh my goodness. Oh, I wish the bot could read it. I'll read it in my bot voice. Here's the man with teeth like God's shoe shine. He sparkles, shimmers, shines. Just some after work jams and drink vibes. Oh, thank you. Thank you for 31 months. Are those lyrics? I do love me some good lyric quotes. I've been on a big like jamming out type of mood myself lately. Oh, it's Modest Mouse. I love Modest Mouse. My favorite Modest Mouse song is Dramamine. I don't know about you, but I know my geography pretty damn well. I don't know. How do you imitate his voice? I can't imitate his voice. He has a really funny voice. He has kind of, I don't know. It's some sort of like either accent or the way he talks, but I can't. You know the singer Modest Mouse? Anyway, I like that line though. I think that was the worst impression I've ever done in my life. Looking fancy. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I got my elvish crown on. I had such trouble getting out of my storage though. It was like all tangled with all these other flower crowns. I was like, this is a genius idea. I'll put all my flower crowns together. And that way they aren't just laying everywhere else in my room. But apparently I need to like separate them or something. It was so tangled. You want to know what Isaac Brock sounds like? Like someone singing while simultaneously running away from a wild dog, screaming out words in between breaths while sprinting away. Yeah, he is definitely a good singer though. I like his delivery. I bet he's even more different live though. Like they probably like really perfected everything in the studio. I bet he's like off the charts live and really does sound like that. I've never seen Modest Mouse live. Have you? But it's good to see you and thank you for the resub. I hope you've been doing well too. Did you bring us back a Coke, Sweetie asks? How did you know? I did. How about we like touch up this baseball field a little bit, my post-apocalyptic baseball field. If this area needs something, what would you all say that it needs? I think it needs maybe something over here. There's like nothing over here. So I gotta think, do I want more sleeping bags back here, or is this like a good hashtag foliage opportunity? Let me see what you all were saying about Dusty in the background. Dusty was grooming. Let's see what she's doing now. I bet she thought I was gonna give her treats or something. I'm gonna adjust the cat cam real quick so it's pointed at her. something I was really touched about. She started purring as soon as I walked up to the cat cam. Like, she loves me so much. All she needed to purr was just for me to approach. I feel so honored. She loves me. It's one of the best feelings when you feel like really loved by a cat. That they just really appreciate your company. Okay, so now it's foliage time and the baseball field campsite. I guess I gotta set up shop for my storage unit somewhere. We'll get started. Think a little more foliage around the edges would make it look more cohesive. That's a good idea. I really like the evergreen ashes. I wish I could take the evergreen ashes out of their like little container thing, because those are my favorite. I think they work so well with these sorts of types of areas that are maybe like kind of urban. The evergreen ashes remind me of the sort of urban trees you would put in the medians of roads. Like, you know, the nice roads that have like trees and plants in the middle of the median? That's what the evergreen ashes remind me of. But I guess we'll check out our foliage situation. We got Scheffleras. This tree is probably too fancy. I don't think this one would match. I don't know if the decayed tree would match this area either. They're so pretty. Yeah, I really like the leaves of the evergreen ashes. I wonder if in the next Animal Crossing game if they'll finally give us some extra trees to plant other than just the trees that we have had. Maybe the next game is the game they'll finally do it. Do y'all think that they've started working on it yet? Do you think it's at least like in sort of pre-development or something? From what I understand with video games, they usually start working on it fairly in advance in order to come out with it in a timely manner. I'm gonna sort it by type instead. More consistent foliage options. We got the decayed trees, evergreen ashes, topiaries. Got all the good options back here. Chai Honeybee, thank you for the follow. Got the flower stands. Our solid, reliable cypress plants. Alright, let's try some of this stuff out. It's so warm and hazy. This is like my favorite time of day for the baseball field campsite. I think it'd be in pre-dev right now, but they may have adjusted when seeing how popular it's been. Would it have been... So if it's been extra popular, would you say that it's already been in pre-development for a while, or... Oh, I didn't really hide the pot good enough there. Sometimes, though, if you're having trouble with stuff like that, the best thing to do is to just put it at an angle where you're not gonna walk behind it. So you can still have it, you just gotta think about the placement. Oh, Fauna's sitting on the other side of the tree. I wonder if the buildings above the campground are all ready to go as well. Like when I pan up and look at them, it makes me wonder if I should move the museum over like one space, because then it might kind of fill in that gap in the sky. But I don't know, like from this angle it's fine, so maybe I shouldn't worry about it. Y'all know what I'm saying? Like there's that gap right there. Maybe I could move the museum over, but I guess this isn't really the money angle, so to speak, anyways, so. Alright, I think I like the shuffler there. Never get tired of Dire Dire Docks. Oh, you like the gap? It feels natural. I wonder if the bushes are a vibe or not. To be honest, when I think of this area and being overgrown, rather than just bushes, I think of like lots of wheat fields. But there are some bushes getting overgrown over on this side. Oh, and there's always the possibility of like leaf piles too. How have the island adventures been? I looked a little while back, but I think it might have been a different island. Oh, they've been really nice. You want like a little tour? It's the perfect time for a tour with the golden hour. This island's Fawnhollow. I'm putting in a lot of things, references to media that I love. Like, it's got some references to my favorite Netflix show, Dark. And it's also got maybe just some like off-the-wall ideas that I think are quite unique, like this baseball field turned campsite. I think it's definitely like a interesting little feature. And other little things that I pulled were, I think you know, you're familiar that I'm really into Joanna Newsom, but basically, the way that Joanna Newsom's inspired my island is she has this album called Divers that's really inspired by the passage of time. So it works really, really well with my post-apocalyptic theme. And I also adore the cover art, so sometimes I try to imitate the cover art when I'm designing, and I think I do a I don't know, somewhat interesting job at it. Like, look at this scene and then look at the reference with like the greens and the browns and the reds. Anyway, sometimes it's, even if it doesn't look exactly like the picture, it's nice to get an inspiration for a color scheme or something. It is Animal Crossing after all. It's not gonna look exactly like this. But yeah, so it has some references to Joanna Newsom that I really like. It's got some references to Dark. It's got a nuclear power plant, like from Dark. So it's a post-apocalyptic world that's fallen into ruin but become overgrown in kind of an aesthetic way. Oh, this looks kind of like my inspiration for this was Final Fantasy VII Slums. So again, just like pulling from lots of references to things I like. This is a reference from Dark. In Dark, there was this small town bus stop that was really aesthetic. I wonder if it really exists in Germany, the like Dark bus stop that they shot the movie in, or the show in. Oh, hi, Chai. Oh, you started Dark since I mentioned it? Do you like it? It's my favorite show ever, my favorite media ever. This is the nuclear power plant. This one is definitely very, very much like almost like a recreation as much as I could from Dark, and one of my proudest moments, I posted it on the Dark subreddit and everyone like loved it. They were like, this is the crossover I didn't know that I needed between Dark and Animal Crossing. It made me so happy. To see like all the Dark fans going, yes, that's the nuclear power plant. And Yeah, this is definitely like a cool little area how I made the power plant towers out of panels. I'm an absolute sucker for a leaf pile. You have to watch yourself on those lemons. No, I don't think you can use too many leaf piles if you put them in a way that vibes. Sometimes I struggle with the leaf piles because they're very round, sort of like how the wheat fields are very square. The leaf piles are very round, so sometimes I worry about that if they look artificial, but sometimes you can like sort of half cover them with other things or put patterns around them to try to like blend them in. This is inspired by Spirited Away, in a very weird kind of way. There's like underwater train tracks, and there's this scene where Chihiro's riding the Spirited Away train with No Face, and night falls. But as night falls and they're on the train, there's like all these neon lights that like pass by the windows, and it's like so dreamy in a weird way. Like these neon symbols that just whiz past the train window, and it's like the combination of the underwater train tracks and the like neon signs reflected in the dark windows is what inspired this train station. Plus, again, it kind of fits post-apocalyptic imagery too, being underwater. So that was really cool. Do you like Dark so far? I was kind of intimidated after the first few episodes. Yeah, my feedback I get from people after the first few episodes was that sometimes it's scary to people who are sensitive to that, because Dark almost tricks you into thinking it's gonna be a spooky show because there's some jump scares with like the cave. But Dark isn't really meant to be scary. It's not really a spooky show. It was slow, but kept going because you had to know what happens. Yeah, I think I kind of like the slow burn aspect of it, and I like seeing all the clues to what's going on build up. Here's another like kind of abandoned scene, but I wasn't inspired by anything for this. I was just like, abandoned parking lot. I'm at the part in Dark where they introduce a rogue character in the woods. Can I just tell you that those scenes like really crack me up now that I watch it a second time, because they always play this certain music when they show that character. It's like the funniest music. Kid Cat, Agent S, Big Top, and Rocket are the Power Rangers of AC&H. Yeah, some people call them the superheroes. The other day I saw someone make like a superhero hideout, and then they made like a supervillain. I can't remember who the supervillains were. I don't think that's really canon. I don't think AC&H has supervillains, but yeah, they have some heroes. Oh, thank you, Kazlin. And hi, Stream Dad. Welcome in. Yeah, it was actually Stream Dad that recommended Dark to me. And I think Netflix recommended Dark to him. What are they doing? Why does he have his phone out? This is weird. Can you help? You think picnics are fun, right? Help me convince Avery, please. You kiddos, with all your picnics and campouts, why drag all your inside stuff outdoors? Being outside in fresh air makes eating a meal feel like an event. I like how Melba acts like it's a sort of psychology that's not real. It just makes it feel like it's an event, okay? You don't have to cook. I make enough for everyone. What would you like me to make for you, Avery? I don't like the way he's talking to Melba. I wouldn't want you fussing over me, young miss. Besides, I wouldn't know what kind of chow to ask for. It'd be no fuss at all. Maybe Sadie has a lunch idea? Salad, sandwich, or spring rolls? Let's do spring rolls for something a bit different. Ooh, dipping the spring rolls in peanut butter. I feel like that conversation went somewhere and nowhere at the same time. I was waiting to actually make plans for the picnic, but then it just like ended. You like the red ramp? Don't think you've seen that before? Yeah, that was kind of tricky because basically the reason why that red ramp exists at all is because I just needed something to lead up to an overlook. Do you ever have to do that, Lemons? Like, you design the overlook first and then you have to design the part that like leads up to it. At least that's how I do it, so I had to think of something that would lead you up to like a high place to look at the overlook from. This is another build, but I haven't really connected it to anything yet, so it's just kind of like floating over here. I feel kind of bad. I need to one day connect it with something else. I really like it though. I think it has a lot of potential. You'd be surprised how much it affects people. I tried the first episode of Stranger Things a while back, and being on the edge of my seat because of jump scares made me really uncomfortable, so I never got into the show. Oh, interesting. Yeah, it's definitely a reminder that different things can definitely affect people in big ways, and that's why it's good idea to have like content warnings if it has jump scares. Yeah. I think there isn't too many in dark, though. It's not really like a focus of the show. Do y'all like the red flower stand back there? I guess that kind of concludes my Fawnhollow tour. Or at least a lot of the done parts. I still have a lot of the map that isn't filled out yet. Yeah, I mentioned that. I shouted you out, Stream Dad. I wonder if there are any other like super jaw-dropping shows on Netflix that I may be missing. My second favorite Netflix show, like I have a bit of a ranking. My favorite is Dark, and then after that I would probably put Arcane. Arcane is a very well-constructed show. It's very ambitious with its animation style. So detailed what they were able to do the animation, and that's just me being blown away by how it looks. The plot is just as well thought out. It kind of reminds me of a Greek tragedy or something, with just how, you know, it's everything goes wrong, but watching it unfold is so gripping. And then my third favorite is probably Stranger Things. I think we'll have to wait to see how Stranger Things wraps up in a way to be able to judge it for sure. Because it's been, you know, there was an open-ended sort of ending. There's a final season coming up. We'll have to see if they set up everything well and all that good stuff. I don't know if it'll satisfy us or not, but I have confidence in them. I bet it will. I think the Stranger Things writers are pretty good. I think they're good at what they do. Game of Thrones, on the other hand, they really dropped the ball. I don't know if I would hire those guys for anything. We tend to like the same stuff. Oh, that's a cute thing to say. Similar taste. I'm trying to figure out what sort of foliage I like back here. I'm sorry if I'm getting fiddly. I feel like that's all I've been apologizing for this stream, though. Maybe I should stop and accept that this is the vibe today. I think my thing is I want to do a few more bushes, and I don't know the best place to put them though, because I don't want to block your way around too much. I want you to still be able to walk. Did you try Castlevania? Oh, I actually did watch Castlevania. Yeah, that one wasn't in my top 3 quite. I did enjoy it though. It also had a, thought out plot and had great, beautiful animation and stuff too. Some of these animated shows are really impressing me with just how aesthetic they are. I guess it takes a lot of work to animate something, so it just surprises me when it looks that beautiful. For example, I've watched stuff like Rick and Morty before too, and you can tell that's the traditional sort of maybe animation style that isn't as hard to do or pull off because it's really simple. But stuff like Castlevania I feel was really beautifully drawn. I don't know if stuff like that is digitally drawn though, or kind of, is it automated, sort of like what Disney does? I guess no matter how you animate it though, it's probably a lot of work. I think even that Disney, with the 3D models and things, I think even that is a lot of work somehow. I'm gonna get a holly bush. I wonder if a holly bush somewhere would add a bush and a pop of red. Are you gonna watch The Power of the Ring? Yeah, I'm definitely gonna watch the Lord of the Rings show, and I'll watch it as soon as I can, as soon as it drops. Some of the other shows that are coming out, for example, maybe the Game of Thrones prequels, there are some shows I'll wait to hear what the reviews are before I consider checking them out, see if it's worth my time. But yeah, I'm gonna watch the Lord of the Rings show day 1. I'm also gonna watch there's a new show coming out by the Dark creators. I think it's 1989 or 1899. I don't know. It's some sort of date, so I get it mixed up in my head. But I definitely want to see that day 1 too, because they're very talented. Dark is the best way I could describe it. It's a story that you can't imagine that anyone could have come up with. How do you come up with something like that? It's very, very creative, very intricate. Oh, thank you, Acorn. Yeah, it's been a little fiddly in Fawnhollow lately because it's been really heavy on foliage arranging. I think what I stream best, and this is me being a little meta and evaluating myself as a streamer, I guess, but I think what I stream the best are overlooks. I think those tend to go the best when I stream an overlook, and I don't know, there's something simpler about it that tends to go better. Rather than oh, what foliage vibes. I have decided I don't really like bushes over here. Unless they're just very subtle. Oh, you like fiddling lemons? Oh, thank you. I'll try to become more comfortable about it. Yeah, about the Rats of Nim handle. I work at a book table, or that's what I do at my job. I lay out books on a table for sale, and we had the Rats of Nim once. It was part of a pack with other It's like Newberry Classics, I think is what the word was. Newberry Classics. Look at Avery taking a nap. Oh, I think I saw him do that and I didn't comment on it, but I thought it was like adorable in my head. I don't know if he's still doing that. They move around way too much. They do tend to, I feel like, stay in the same area a lot, but then again, I don't see him. Did he really wander that far already? He's already like somewhere else entirely. Where did you go? We lost Avery. Violet Evergarden is on Netflix. A lot of the anime they put up is pretty whatever, but that one is so good. Oh, I haven't even heard of that. Sort of like mood or vibe does it have? Like a adventure or mystery or... I can always like open it on a tab though, have it open in Google to look at later. Oh, okay. I just read a little synopsis. I just noticed there's like a ready-made storage unit over here and it's just like part of the landscaping, but I can use it. Traditional animation is gorgeous. I know that in modern time it's not cost efficient, but there's just something so special about it. Yeah, I think Studio Ghibli captures that, like some of the best, like the special quality of it. I love when they just focus on little things like moving water or even like moving grass. Like the grass will just like move in the wind. It's so aesthetic. So now I'm looking for wheat fields, and I might try to also dot a few other aesthetic items like lanterns. One of my favorite little items is the lantern that you can put on the ground, and well, you can put it on a table too. I mean, that's what's cool about it. It's just like aesthetic for me, thinking about someone wandering around town holding a little lantern but then dropping it somewhere. I like it. I'll need to learn from you on overlooks. Yeah, a lot of it I guess is just trial and error, but there's something about the trial and error that's like more straightforward for me than sometimes all this like fiddly what bush am I gonna put where type stuff. I guess because an overlook usually you're shooting for something very particular, but there's a lot of different ways you can arrange plants. Alright, let's get a lantern too. I wonder if I should get like some trash. Do you think trash would make sense? Like lay trash around everywhere. We've got like the old boots, the old can, the old tire. I was watching Aladdin and Spirited Away the other day and had the same thinking throughout about animation. I hope it'll become a popular practice again. Just feels so warm and cozy. Yeah, even I think even the Ghibli studio started to move towards the 3D animation. Didn't they do that for like their latest one or something? But yeah, unfortunately, like what's cost effective is gonna always be a big deal when there's cheaper, more modern options to do. I think it could easily make a comeback, but due to the industry really only caring about money, I don't see it happening. Maybe if they brought back stuff like Spawn, the animated HBO series, it could catch on for more of an adult crowd. Yeah, I think like as long as they continue making money off of cheaper options, then there isn't much of an incentive for them to go back to more pricey ways of animation. At least we always have the old classics. Sometimes I honestly feel a little bad when I read about like the Disney artist, and some of them really kind of got burnt out and they really started hating what they were doing. I guess it is very repetitive, kind of just drawing the same thing over and over. I never hear the same thing said about Studio Ghibli though, exactly, so could be that Disney like overworked them. Yeah, I like that, I think. I think that sort of adds something. Maybe I can sprinkle some weeds. I'm gonna move my webcam. I don't like when the area I'm designing is on the same side as my face. Here we go. Wondering if there's anything I could put over here. Oh yeah, garbage. Garbage. Maybe someone left their can over by the fire. The only thing I don't like about dropped items though is you like hover over it and then it like has text, and that just bothers me sometimes. It's a skill thing too. The more modern methods prevail, the more that skill isn't used or taught. It gets even harder if you want to do it and don't mind a large cost investment. Yeah, I didn't even think of that people aren't like taught in it anymore. I know there's a lot of like dreamers out there though. There are people that like dream of being an animator or whatever, and I guess they're the ones that like don't have the means but would be up for it, sort of thing. I've just like seen them online before, like people that practice an animation style or whatever. Do y'all like the can there? I guess it's not very noticeable. It's like weird half space shenanigans that's hurting me with the can. The cultural mentality. Like the US workers. My favorite Disney animated movie, like as far as the aesthetics of it, I really like Sleeping Beauty. But a lot of the old like Disney animated movies have some beautiful graphics to them too, like even like Sleeping Beauty and The Little Mermaid. They are very pretty. Hey Jess. Things are going pretty good. How about you? How have you been? We're just having a chill decorating stream in Fawnhollow. Been trying to make some slow but steady progress on some detailing. I just want to like double assess this. I wonder if this is good enough, basically, because I don't want to clutter it up too much. The only other thing I want to do, I want to add weeds. Weeds everywhere. And over here, I think this needs something though. I need to put something over here. So I will try to put something back there. Nausicaa background art is some of my favorite ever. There was kind of an interesting post that like came across my feed recently. It was about Earthsea. Someone said that Earthsea has really beautiful background art, but that like the plot sucks or something. And I've like never heard of Earthsea. Well, I might have heard of it, but I haven't watched it. Sleeping Beauty has gorgeous backgrounds. That's a great idea for my next desktop wallpaper. Yeah, and sometimes if you look into these animation projects, they don't just have the art from the actual, like, what made it onto the show. They also have, like, concept art. So it's cool to see, like, not just what made it in, but, like, what their concept was for it. And sometimes the concept art can be even more better or more grand, and they had to, like, make it more simple. I'm trying to find a wheat field. Is a wheat field not a houseware? Like, I think a wheat field must not be a houseware. What is it then? What is a wheat field categorically in AC and H? I'm so confused. It's not a miscellaneous item. Am I going crazy? Why wouldn't it be a houseware? So the way that I interpret the way these categories work, just because I don't want you all to think I'm weird, I thought miscellaneous was only stuff that went on tables. This is stuff that doesn't go on tables. So, like, that's what I thought the only difference was. Because technically trash bags aren't a houseware either. Neither is the Tower of Pisa. So I don't know why the wheat fields aren't. Oh, they were a houseware. Did I just get my alphabet mixed up? I just got my alphabet mixed up. I thought it would be down here with, like, the Z's and the Y's. And all I had to do was scroll up. Okay. Well, I'm glad I was right about housewares. See, I got it all figured out. I know how the AC and H categorization works. I just don't know my alphabet. Oh, God. You know about Earthsea, Stream Dad? I've tried to get Stream Dad to watch some animated stuff with me, like Ghibli, but he never seems interested. Calling you out. Not that I have, like, a special love of only animation in particular. That isn't really the case. Dark is my favorite show, and it's not animation, and in some ways I think it's the better for it. It just makes it all that more real, and the actors are so good. But it can definitely be an interesting artistic experience seeing all the animation. It's like moving drawings, you know? Earthsea books are good, and they've always been adapted poorly. That's what I heard, or what it's coming back to me when I read about Earthsea was that it wasn't adapted good. Okay. I keep picking up the futon when I'm trying to pick up something else. Ursula Le Guin is so good. Who is that, Simi? I don't know them. Oh wait, was Stream Dad talking about he was probably talking about the books. Since it's an adaptation. Oh, okay. Yeah, the Earthsea is high fantasy books. Oh, okay. So that's what he was talking about. Yeah, you watched Arcane because I recommended it. It's a different vibe from Studio Ghibli though. It's like more serious. I could have sworn I got a green wheat field out. I guess not though. I guess I'll go get one. I wonder how much time I waste by, instead of just going into my storage and making sure I have something, like I'm like, oh, well, I thought I had it in my pocket, so I'm just gonna drop these items a million times. Maybe one day I'll get better about it. But it's tough because it turns out I had 4 in my pockets and yeah, one of those might have been green. You had another long work day, Jess? What is your work like? Is it like long hours or just like long in a more metaphysical sense? Have you read the Earthsea series, Simi? Yay! Okay, this definitely looks a lot more kind of overgrown, which I guess is how I want it to look. Sort of like near the edges in particular, like near the fencing. I still need to go through and add weeds though, which I'm not gonna bother with because when you plant weeds, they don't become fully grown until later, so. Oh, thank you, Jess. I appreciate it. I wonder what should go back here. Oh, how about like a tall garden rock to like hide the edge? This week I have 8-hour days, but it's okay, I'm a cashier. Oh, cool! That's really relatable work for me. I've been a cashier before. Yeah, sometimes it feels like the time can go by really slow on those days. The reality of like being retail and having to almost like force yourself not to look at your watch every 2 seconds. That's part of why I like being a stalker though. The time actually does go by quickly when you're stalking, so you're doing that like a little bit less. Alright. I think that's like sort of more done now. One thing I definitely still have to do though, I have to do this part that leads up to the river. I've been like kind of putting it off because it's so insignificant, but it still needs to be done. Read a couple of them. Yeah, I really like a fantasy series. It takes me a lot of momentum to start reading something new though, but fantasy can be such a cool genre. The struggle, I try not to look at the clock, but the register says on the time on the corner. Oh, that's funny. My registers are so cheap and old and they don't have anything like that. Like some registers are basically computers, but ours are really like antiquated. It was almost like a secret code, like just being able to run the dang thing. It was really bad. I'm surprised that they still have those. Okay. I wonder, I feel like this is maybe too hefty of a task right here. Like this is maybe possibly either a stream in and of itself or like a solid evening of myself off stream banging this out. So I might start to wind down here now. Just feels like I got to a good stopping spot and it is like a little bit on the late side, but I wish I could have made more successful progress in the area that I was working on. I did get kind of frustrated by this one part that I kept trying things over and over and just wasn't happy with it. It's like this spot over here. We can hatefully gaze upon it again. But we did make some decent decisions leading up to it. And then like fiddled over here way too long. Thank you all for watching today, and I'll try to use my time off to maybe be better organized and get some other streams prepared. Maybe we can play in Candyland again soon. Candyland's always a fun island to play in. So I'll try to work on getting organized off stream, and maybe work on some of the areas driving me crazy off stream. And thank you so much for being here. I really, really appreciate it. I know I got in kind of a bad mood at one point when I was getting grumpy about that area, so thanks for being understanding and hanging out here. I really appreciate it. Good night, Katie. Good night, Jess. Good night, Lemons. Good night, Kappa and Sweetie and Acorn. Yeah, let's go check up on Dusty real quick. Oh. She's moved. Aww. Oh, what a sweetie. Let's get some in-stream pets in real quick. Aww. Good night. Oh, thank you, Mighty Owl. Good night, Simi. Good night, everybody. I'll see you all over the weekend. Bye.